One obviously under heavy Masonic influence.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPRs.
Time comes when silence is betraying. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, welcome back, Truth Seeker. Sounds like we have that funny audio again on the breaks, but that's all right. Sorry to the people in New York and the Northeast living in the Canadian smoke. What a weird year. We've had Canadian smoke coast to coast. We had it out here about a month ago. Since when are there wildfires in Canada in the spring? And a number of you guys from New York have sent me your own photos and video from what it looks like there. And it looks exactly like what it looked like 3 years ago in 2020 out in Yakima, Washington, where I was looking. What that sky in New York's what it looked like for 1 month. It was more than a month. You guys might remember how gloomy I was about it. It was just miserable. Just, it's terrible. And, you know, some people think this is Mother Nature and climate change and global warming and the consequences of not addressing, you know, the problems of our time. And maybe a part of it is that way, but at the same time, we know what the cabal is. You know, an evil group of tyrants who have no boundaries, no limits, and who would easily start wildfires for the sake of an agenda, and we know what the name of that agenda is, 2030. And again, this is what it looks like, you know. The last time the sky looked that bad in New York, it was 9/11, and it wasn't the result of a terrorist plot from a man in a cave. No, far from it. It was the result of a terrorist plot from our own government. And it is a reminder that the original definition of terrorism is government by intimidation, which is what the American government is all day, every day, for us here domestically and for people abroad. So, 2023, the year of Canadian wildfires in the spring, unheard of. And, you know, under the time of the Jesuit leader Trudeau, the son of a former Jesuit leader. In more fun news, the kind of news people like to focus on, Lionel Messi's heading to Miami. And this is announced today, the day of the first NBA Finals game in Miami. And remember how this NBA Finals is synced up with Serbia's June 5th birthday. And now Lionel Messi, international football player, coming to Miami. Again, remember how we've talked about how all of these things are perfectly coordinated with the Pope? It's a reminder about what's going on in this new world order, from the global policies of Agenda 2030 to COVID to just the way the sports intertwine. And it's an international script orchestrated by the Roman Catholic Church, who came up with the idea, or I should say Rome, who came up with the idea of the Colosseum to keep the slaves entertained so that they would fall in line with the rulers of the empire. Again, when you learn gematria, these rituals just become so much more interesting. And I want you to see how perfect it is, the announcement of Lionel Messi going to Miami today. So, where to begin? In Gematria, NBA Finals equals 57. Inter Miami, the team that he'll play for in the MLS, equals 57. And today's date, June 7th, and the majority of the world has written 7/6 like 76. This is the 76th anniversary season of the NBA. Lionel Andres Messi, his full name, Gematria of 76. The star player of the Miami Heat, again, first game in Miami for the NBA Finals, the star player of the Heat, Jimmy Butler. Today is 266 days after his birthday. If you don't use numerology, Lionel Messi's full name, Lionel Andres Messi, equals 266 instead of 76. The Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator, equals 266. Of course, we're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, who's the 266th Pope, who spoke in Washington, D.C. on the 266th day of the year, the Jesuit stronghold. Again, a lot of people don't realize that about Washington, D.C., because it's not in our slave history books, where we spend 13 years pledging to 13 stripes and learning a whole bunch of nonsense, but missing all the relevant stuff, like the chapter on who runs the nation, the Jesuit cabal, by the numbers. But this 266, again, it just happens to be 266 days after Jimmy Butler's birthday, and then you have this. Now remember, Lionel Messi just won the World Cup over France the day after Pope Francis's birthday, when the Jesuits were created in France, and Pope Francis for Argentina, and Messi won it for Argentina, again, one day after Pope Francis's 86th birthday, when they last won it in the year 86. Jesuits in Gematria equals 86, as does Mercury, and here we are on a Wednesday, the day of the week named after Mercury the trickster. So that's part of the ritual today, but that's not all. Maybe if you wanted to share this with your friends and family, because the Gematria can be too complicated for people, just show them that Messi's 35 years old. This is the Miami Heat's 35th season. They just advanced to the NBA Finals, winning their 35th conference finals game of all time. And this year on their court, they have a big 35 printed on it. In septenary Gematria, football does equal 35. And also interesting, we talk about how Inter Miami equals 57 like NBA Finals. If you don't use numerology, they both equal 111 instead of 57. Just like the Pope's full name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, equals 111, reminding that the Miami Heat won with 111 points on the Pope's birthday this year, beating San Antonio, the other team besides Denver that came over from the ABA in 76. And again, San Antonio beat the Knicks, an 8 seed in the finals in 99. The only other time an 8 seed made it. Miami made it as an 8 seed this year. That Knicks team connected to Pat Riley. This Miami Heat connected to Pat Riley. The last time the Heat were in the finals in 2020, they advanced on the Jesuit Order recognition date, September 27th, the day they were recognized by Rome in history. Pat Riley, Slick Willie, he's from Rome, New York, good Catholic. Looks like a gangster. My mom's listening. She loves herself some Pat Riley. Anyway, it's her favorite coach of all time. He's so handsome. I don't know about anymore. He's, poor guy, something's gone wrong with Pat Riley's face. I don't know if he had a stroke or what. Too much Botox? Something looks all wrong with Pat Riley now. But anyway, for another familiar number, and shout out to the great Jeremy White. Jeremy White yesterday on his Twitter posted something that I can't believe none of us had noticed before. We always talk about how important 56 is to these secret societies. Did you know that the circumference of a basketball rim is 56 inches? The measurement around the rim is 56 inches. 18-inch diameter. IHS 18, that Jesuit acronym in their logo. But 56 date numerology is today, the day that Messi says he's going to Miami, the day of the first game in Miami. Miami Heat equals 56. It's the Denver Nuggets 56 season. Jimmy Butler had that big game not long ago, scoring 56 points. Several games at halftime, the score's been 56 points. Of course, in Gematria, Society of Jesus also equals 56, as does Pope. And then we call the NBA the 17 League. just one 17 ritual after the next, like how Serbia, remember you have Nikola Jokic from Serbia, the star of Denver. You have Nikola Jovic, whose birthday will be Game 4 on Friday, June 9th. Notice every game's 3 days apart except for the distance between Game 3 and Game 4. They got those games 2 days apart so that they can have Game 4 on Nikola Jovic's birthday. Again, he's a Serbian. Big rich. Again, he played in 15 games this year, like Jokic, the star, wears number 15. He started in 8 games this year. It's his rookie season, like how Miami's the 8th seed. By the way, Game 2 of the NBA Finals was on 8-date numerology. Denver was an 8.5-point favorite. You had equal 8 narratives that could go either way on either side, but we knew the game was going to be all about 8. So we said, take Miami to cover. That's one bet. And then Miami's a huge payout. Parlay them with some of these good games. And we had a great day in the MLB on Sunday. Parlay them with some of these great games for a Miami upset as a big dog. And again, the day was all about 8-date numerology. Miami Heat 8 seed. 8's all over the board. Nuggets went into the fourth quarter up 8 points and ended up losing the game. What's funny is the scoring in the NBA Finals after the first 2 games was 212 points for the Nuggets, 204 for the Heat, a difference of 8 points on the 8-date numerology in a game that was all about 8, which foretold us why Miami would cover the spread. And again, it's all a numbers game. It's all a numbers game. The Jesuit order created modern Freemasonry, etched on Masonic temples is all his number. And again, I mean, that's how I figured this stuff out. And by the way, Lionel Messi, what day is his birthday? June 24th. That's modern Freemasonry's birthday. He comes over 17 days before his birthday, Lionel Messi. Remember, modern Freemasonry was created in the year 1717. Mason equals 17, like NBA is 17. Freemasons, the plural, equals 56. Naismith, the Mason, credited with basketball. You got the 56-inch circumference rim. And for one more, Messi's going to turn 36 years old for this first season with Miami. Miami equals 36. So it's also 172 days after the Pope's birthday today. Admirum Dei Gloriam equals 172, kind of like the date February 17th, 17/2, Michael Jordan's birthday. Michael Jordan might very well be Jimmy Butler's father. Michael Jordan's birthday, or not, excuse me. I just lost my train of thought on the last piece of information. It's okay. I had one more thing to say. It'll probably come back, but it rattled in and out. It's like one of those shots that almost went in. But, yeah, Messi to Miami by the numbers on a day where the sports world's attention is on Miami. And that's how you can just see the ritualism of all of this, day after day, again and again. Again and again. So, a little bit more fun than Canadian smoke. Again, sorry to all the people living in it, Canadians as well. It's sick, these people we allow to rule over us. And again, I mean, the only solution for humanity is to raise awareness and overthrow our governments and take the keys to the military. No longer do they have control of the military, its technology, its infrastructure, you know. Sweet lady and I, we've been watching this show. They got this show on Amazon. I guess there was a movie that came out years ago in 2011 called Hannah about the CIA raising babies to be young assassin teenage females. Young assassin teenage ladies, you know. The last person you suspect to be a killer. But it's about a CIA program raising these killer girls, if you will. And, you know, in the third season, one of the girls and one of the people that used to run the program, they've turned against the program. They've decided it's evil. They want to shut it down. And, you know, you watch these shows and there's just such a pipe dream. You just wish it was so easy. You know, they're busting into the CIA facility. They're destroying its computer network. They're taking down its program. They're making it look so easy. There's 2 of them. There's 1 million soldiers they're taking on. I mean, it's never going to be like that. I wish it could be like that. You know, it could be like me and Jeremy White. But it's not going to be like that. Something like that really could happen, though, if there was an uprising of millions of people worldwide. And there should be. The reason there isn't is because people are just, they got their heads in the cloud. Or right now, for the sake of it, they got their heads in the smoke. You know? They're believing all the smoke. They're believing all the lies. And it's sad. It's sad that they can't see that the authority that raised them lied to them every day of their life for the sake of controlling them, for the sake of milking them, for the sake of treating us like guinea pigs. That's where we now are. Now our ancestors got milked hard. Maybe somewhere along the way, if they signed up for the military, maybe some stuff like during Spanish flu, there was some guinea pig experimentation. But, it's so bad right now. It's just absurd taxation, absurd experimentation, absurd agendas, and seemingly so few people that care. And seemingly my own community. Just, I don't know why people are deserting the work. Are like people quitting inside? Are they giving up because things are so bad? Are they just saying, I'm tuning out all the way? I'm just going to spend the rest of my days focused on whatever distracts me from everything that's wrong? Because I don't know what to say. I mean, the support for the work, the views, the content getting shared, the number of likes, the views, the generous donations, just everything is way down. And it's frustrating, I understand why people are burnt and tired and exhausted, but it's no time to give up. It's no time to just shrug our shoulders and say, well, maybe we're just defeated. I'm going to go out the easy way and just watch Netflix for the rest of my days, or whatever people do to distract themselves. So, but yeah, it is sickening, you guys. I mean, that's why we're out pounding pavement and trying to raise awareness about what's going on. Weather warfare is a hard thing to talk about, even though it's so verifiable. Again, the first admitted to case of weather warfare, August 15th, 1952, the Jesuit Order's birthday, the Lynmouth flood, the United Kingdom, Jesuit stronghold, and I haven't even broken down these latest Canadian wildfires because we've already broken it down so many times. We know what's going on, and where is the rest of the world at? I mean, how come everybody doesn't know at this point? Every English-speaking person should know at this point. So, thank you to everyone who hits the like and the share. If you can hit a like on these YouTube videos, we are streaming on 3 channels tonight. Thought I better use the other channels before they delete the rest of them. Last week they deleted GematriaEffectNews 24, even though I haven't used it since last September. It was the channel that had all of the cross-country content on it. Driving from Seattle to New York for what we did last September. And, it's a real shame that Google had to strike again and delete the latest channel. But for people who are not subscribed, again, GematriaEffectNews 22, 23, 25, and sports are the ones that remain. I have a feeling 22 is only going to be here for a matter of days. I chose not to stream on that one tonight because I thought that might just push it off the cliff. It's going to be on 2 strikes until the end of July. And again, 24 and 22 were the 2 channels that had about 40,000 subs, which were the biggest channels I had at the moment. And that's what's so frustrating to me. It's like I've been able to grow channels to nearly 100,000 subs 3 times as they got deleted and had to start over. And now it's like this latest channel, GematriaEffectNews 25, the one I've been using consistently for going on almost a year now, pretty much since I got back from New York. And I've been experimenting by not posting as much the last week and a half, and the channel has grown more. It seems that somehow that's how the algorithm works now. Like every time you post a video, it unsubs X amount of your subs. So the channel doesn't grow. So I'm almost up to, I've grown like almost 300 subs in the time I haven't been posting. And it's just kind of an experiment. I'll get back to posting daily, but I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way I can get the channel to grow, to get the word out there more, because I'm not reaching new people. I mean, that's part of the thing too. Like everyone who supported, who's giving up and falling off, that hurts me because we're not getting new eyes. We're not getting new people to support the work. If we don't have resources, it makes it hard to do things. And Yeah, and so far this month, I mean, normally things go down at the beginning of the month. They've gone down every day since. It's just like everything's a countdown right now. So thank you to the people who are still around and support the work. I am super grateful for you. I don't know why so many people are falling off. I guess they don't care about what I'm saying, the reason to help out and do more of what we just did in LA and all throughout California. But yeah, honestly, if things continue to just tick down at the rate they are, I might even just think about just canceling the Kobe Bryant trip and New York 9/11 this year, because honestly, doing all that in the last year and a half plus, it hasn't helped me out, and it hasn't seemed to help the word get out. So in a way, I feel like it's been counterproductive. As sad as that is to say, I love being outside and pounding pavement and meeting people and bringing people together, but if the work's just going to shrink and shrivel up, and they're going to work harder, I got to figure out what the right move is. So statistically, there hasn't been any positive stats from driving across the country back and forth and being all over the place. There's not one thing I can say that it's brought good to me. So other than meeting people, it's great to meet people. I mean, that's been good. But I mean, for the work getting out there, nothing. You know, there's like 0 book sales, and that's my fault for making the books free. I average like 1 ebook sales a month, which nets me $4.25. I don't get paid anything from Amazon anymore. There's no merch sales, and just support rapidly going down. So, but to the people who are still around, thank you so much. You are appreciated. And that said, let's go out to New York. We'll take some calls here before the break. 347, you're on.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
I got a couple. It was paid on Sunday when they reported they had on the front page of CNN.
Yeah, I didn't hear the first part. What on the front page of CNN?
On Sunday, you did a post about Jimmy Carter being the front page story on CNN.
Right.
It was about, because of him, they doubled the number of refugees since 1980, ever since he did that.
Yeah, New World Order agenda. So.
All right, and the next point I want to make, you did a post about the Kansas City going to the White House, right? But why you didn't? I guess you missed it. Norma Hunt.
Yeah, she died on 6/4. Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, 6/4. Kansas City Chiefs 64. Dead 112 days after the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 112. Chiefs 112. I mean, just that's what's so frustrating. It's like, do I even need to do this anymore? I mean, how many times have I talked about the Kansas City Chiefs 64 and 112? Of course, a million times on the private sports streams, but just even publicly, I brought up those same numbers of the Chiefs 1,000 times, and how people can't catch on, I don't know. But yes.
She died at 85, the football number.
National Football League 85, indeed.
And plus, they said she was the only woman to attend every Super Bowl.
Say that again, the only, what?
The only woman to attend every Super Bowl.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, the Chiefs were in Super Bowl 1, so I guess that makes sense. Okay. And notice she's dead one day before the Chiefs are at the White House. And again, they're at the White House 104 days before Mahomes' birthday, and it's the 104th NFL season upcoming. So, indeed.
All right, the next one I want to make is, I didn't see you make no post about this. You saw the Pope had surgery on his abdomen or something, some type of surgery, hernia surgery or something.
The Pope has so many surgery stories. I don't think any of them are true. They're like all just encoded numbers. I'm convinced that he's not having any of these surgeries. I mean, he could be, but they're all little rituals. So yeah.
All right, and this is the last one. New York governor, she appointed the first male transgender person to the U.S. court.
Yeah, what a story. So. That was in New York?
Yeah. Yes. He was one of the 11 appointed, and New York is the 11th state.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Master plan, yeah, okay.
So he's the first male transgender judge in American history. So I just want to make that point too. To go along with the smoke they're giving us here in New York.
Yeah, they say that smoke is super harmful and very, very cancer causing, and They love to push fear. I mean, maybe it is. We've been living in a lot of it lately, and to be, I'm sure it's not great, but to be perfectly honest, like I haven't noticed like anything terrible from having to live in it for so long. Again, in 2020, we had it like that for over a month straight. And it gets depressing to live in the gloom, the gray orange, but it didn't give me any headaches, and it's not like I was hacking my lungs out, and I still slept. So don't let all the headlines about how harmful this is really impact your mental state. I feel like that's really the biggest component to us as human beings in staying healthy is like maintaining our frame of mind, our mental. So
All right, that's all I had, Jack.
all right. Thanks, friend. Great call as always. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, for the people who are new here, I just want you to see. By the way, I also want to make a point. A lot of people have been getting. I've been getting a lot of hate mail for several months now, ever since Derek monetized the calculator. Gematriator.com is not my website, you guys. That's Derek's website. I did encourage him to build that site, but it's not my site. And I'm glad he built it, and recently he decided to monetize it. I think that was last October. But my website is GematriaEffectNews. I have the same calculator at my website. It's not as colorful. Down below, you can download the offline calculator for when you don't have an internet connection. And it's totally free to download for Apple and Google. It wasn't free to make, but it's always been free to download. There's no ads anywhere on my website. So, again, you don't like the ads at Derek's website, you can use the calculator at mine, GematriaEffect.news. But notice, Kansas City Chiefs, 64, small way. Chiefs, the big way, 112. Norma Hunt dead on 6'4", 112 days after her birthday. We'll be right back, True Seeker.
Same type game. It's like big play. She like that.
The second word, fascination. A bit beyond just simple interest. Interested people are probably satisfied that it ticks. It ticks. And that's good to know. It ticks. But fascinated people want to know what? What makes it tick? Fascinated people aren't satisfied usually with surface information. They've got to know more than just what appears. What is really going on? What's making things tick? What's making things happen? Why do people feel like they do and think like they think? What is the difference between success and failure? Who has the appetite and who doesn't have the appetite? This whole fascination about life and people and circumstances and society and money and banks and churches and sermons and books and records and life experiences and enterprise and nations and color and races and religion. I'm telling you, if you'll take a new fascinated look at life and what's going on, it will now show up in color and sharpness in your future communication.
The reviews for Extendivite are amazing. Here are some from Amazon. September 2018. Extendivite works in keeping my blood pressure in the normal range. I've been using Extendivite for many years now. May 2018. Great product. I use regularly and I rarely get sick. March 2018. This product has relieved what appeared to be angina pain in my chest and shortness of breath after climbing stairs. I'm quite happy about it. February 2018. My husband, son, and I have been using this product for a few months now, and we have noticed an improvement in our joints and blood pressure. Tell us your story. Get Extendivite today. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822, or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
For millennia, mankind has been searching for answers to the big questions such as, where did the universe come from? Where did we come from? Why are we here? Are we alone? And just what the heck is the Sasquatch all about? I can't promise you answers, and neither can the Woo Crew, but they invite you to join them Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, midnight in the UK, for Freaky Friday, exclusively on Truth Frequency Radio. Spirituality, multiverse, quantum mechanics, the occult, and so much conspiracy analysis that it will make your mind melt. Take my word for it. Freaky Friday. It's more than a show. It's the way of life. I'm Stephen Hawking, and I am proud to be a Wookiee.
No hate, no hype, no fear. We are TFR, your protection from deception.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. And I think I got cut off by the commercial at the end, just in case what I said didn't come through again. Norma Hunt, dead June 4th, 6'4", of the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs equals 64 in Gematria. Notice she married Lamar Hunt in the year 64. And then she died exactly 112 days after the Super Bowl. Both Chiefs and Super Bowl equal 112 when you run the alphabetic order in reverse. The year of Super Bowl 54, which the Chiefs won. They won it 112 days after the HBO Ballers episode where The Rock buys the Chiefs in the fictional show. And again, she died at age 85. National Football League, 85. Recall, before the season began, we said it would either be Buffalo or Kansas City in the Super Bowl in the AFC. Buffalo had the shooting synced up with the opening day of the season, and the Chiefs had the death of their star quarterback, Len Dawson, who played in Super Bowl I exactly 172 days before the Super Bowl. If you don't use numerology, Kansas City Chiefs is 172 instead of 64. But again, I mean, this is the value of this knowledge. It shows you beyond a shadow of a doubt the rituals that are taking place, the rigging that's taking place, the murders that are taking place. The one little thing to always think twice is, yes, there is an organic side to the code, which is very interesting and provides, validation, I could say, to the Kabbalistic belief system, but we can also see that there's a sinister use of this code. That's why the entertainment world is putting out films and songs like Murder by Numbers and Gematria, the Killing Name, and Gematria, the Killing Name. Gematria explains why Norma Hunt was killed the day before the Chiefs went to the White House by the numbers. And part of me wonders if they considered sending the Chiefs to the White House on that Sunday because Joe Biden equals 64 like Kansas City Chiefs, but they did it the next day, 6'5". Philadelphia 65, the team that Kansas City rolled over, and Joe Biden's from Pennsylvania. So anyhow, let's go back out to the callers, and next up is George. What's up, George? Uh-oh, George, it sounds like you're underwater.
Sorry about last week. I guess we're having some technical issues. So I made sure that I'm home and not out on the road when I came on with you. So I just had a couple of things to share with you, if I could.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure you've probably covered this before, but one of the things you like to do when you're out on the road is you talk about people like Joe Biden and how he sacrificed several family members, his first wife, his daughter, his son, and so forth. Well, are you familiar with Christina DeSantis?
Christina DeSantis, is this Ron DeSantis family member?
She was his younger sister.
I don't know this story, so yeah, go on. I'm interested. Oh, look at that. Let me just stop. Hold. She died in the United Kingdom. Interesting. You know what's funny about her dying? So I see that she died May 12th. We'll look at this more. George, just before you even get to it, May 12th stands out in a big way. Is Ron DeSantis destined for the White House at some point in his political career? Perhaps he is, because she died on the 132nd day of the year. There's 132 rooms in the White House. In Gematria, United States of America equals 132. So does Catholic Church. So does Roman Catholic. So does England. They're all 132. Special number. Again, the Illuminati was founded May 1st, 1776. This country was named September 9th, 1776, a span of 132 days later. Again, United States of America, 132. So, and I see that she died 7 days after her 30th birthday. Since you know more about her death, tell me, she died from cancer, I see it says. Go ahead, tell me more about what you know.
Okay, I just found out about this, maybe a couple weeks ago. And this is thanks largely due to you, and thanks largely to you talking about Joe Biden and the Kennedy and so forth. And that seems awfully suspicious. 30 years old, that's awfully young to be dying. And just a couple of things about Ron DeSantis. His full name is Ronald Dion DeSantis. Now, I may be dating himself, but there was a popular singer back in the 60s named Dion DiMucci. He had a number of pop songs like The Wanderer, Keep Away from Rolling Around 2. Well, that's how Ron DeSantis got his middle name. And I believe his birthday is September the 14th, 1978. And another thing struck me is, I don't want to say odd, but intriguing. He got his undergrad degree from Yale, where he was a member of, not Skull and Bones, but St. Elmo's Society. And he's also, I forgot the name of his fraternity, and he also got his law degree from Harvard. Now, DeSantis is a native Floridian. He was born in Jacksonville. Don't they have any decent colleges in that state?
Florida?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, Yale's a prestigious school. It's an honor to get into Yale, but I don't think Florida has a school as good as Yale.
Okay, so I mean, semi-facetious. So his parents obviously have money to send him out of state to one of the most elite schools in the country, in the world for that matter. So, and he is a member of an organization that is basically a knockoff of Skull and Bones. And then there's his sister, Christina, died at the youthful age of 30, and just a week after her birthday, as you mentioned. So you may be wondering, are they grooming DeSantis for the White House? Maybe, maybe not. But you have to remember, he's the governor of the third most populous state in the union. For most people, for most politicians, being governor is pretty much the pinnacle of your career. Senator, governor, few other positions. And if he doesn't get the nomination, that could very well be the end of the road for him in terms of political career. I'm not making any predictions, but you're saying that they may be setting him up for a presidential run, will it be next year?
Well, he's running for president this year, right? I mean, he has a chance to win. I don't see him beating Trump. Trump's got the solid 60 connection. Ron DeSantis, for people who don't know, again, Gematria is based on the alphabetic order, forwards and backwards with numerology. Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump are the exact same in 3 out of the 4 ciphers. They both equal, hold on, I'm trying to put it up here on the screen so people can see it. Oh, it's putting it down, I see. All right, so with just the alphabetic order, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis both equal 138. The word federal is 138. With numerology, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis both equal 48, like Illuminati and Freemason. With the reverse alphabetic order, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis both equal 159, like Scottish Rite. And with the reverse alphabetic order and numerology, it's the one cipher where they're different. Donald Trump 60, like the upcoming election's the 60th. Remember, he lost his wife. So here's a parallel with his sister's death and Trump's ex-wife falling down the stairs 45 years after their marriage, going with him being number 45. When Trump's wife died, it was exactly 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year. And earlier in the day before that news broke, the story came out about the conservatives against Trump based on 60 cases. But she died 14/7, July 14th, the 14th of July. Like the 147 windows in the White House, like how in Gematria, U.S. President equals 147, so does President of the United States. When Ron DeSantis' sister died, she died on the 147th day of the Pope's age. So.
Okay, so isn't July the 14th Bastille Day as well?
Yeah, July 14th, Bastille Day in France, yes.
Okay, so if I could just share one other thing. I'm going back a ways, and I like looking at these obscure things. Do you know who William Fife Nolan was?
I don't know that name. William what Nolan?
Fife Nolan. He was born on the 26th of June, 1908, and he died on February 23rd, 1974. He allegedly committed suicide with a shotgun in Guerneville, California, which is where Bohemian Grove is. Now, for those who don't know who Nolan was, he is probably one of the most important people who most people have never even heard of. He got his undergrad degree from the University of California, Berkeley, where he's a member of the Order of the Golden Bear. He was a U.S. Senator from 1945 to 1959, and he was one of the architects of the Cold War. He was on the Senate Intelligence and Finance Committee, and he approved funding for NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the construction of permanent bases in Europe. Now, I'm not sure, did he become depressed? Was he going to give a report to interview to a reporter? I don't know. Or was he just simply ritualistically sacrificed? So I realize he died almost 50 years ago. So does anything else strike you as odd about him or his death?
Yeah. Look, I mean, he died on the 54th day of the year, Jesuit Order 54. Right in his Wikipedia, it says, after the Republicans lost their majority in the 54 election, he served as minority leader. He was majority leader before. And what else is suicide with a shotgun? Reminds me of Kurt Cobain on the date 5/4. So, yeah, and we know who runs DC. I mean, there's probably even more to it. He's got the June 26th birthday. Let me see how many days it was from his birthday to his death. And plus, he died in 74, right? 74, the killing number. Like 3 of the first 5 presidents died on 7/4. So, last birthday, June 26, 1973. Dead on the 54th day of 1974. He died on his 243rd day of his age. Central Intelligence Agency 243. Big number with the CIA. You could also say that he died 113 days before his birthday. Scottish 113 is in the Scottish Rite. Again, the Jesuits in the Scottish Rite share the Ad Merum Dei Gloriam motto with the 32nd degree going with 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo, and the fact Scottish and America equal 32. So.
Well, as I said, he committed suicide in Guerneville, California. Unless you're from here, most people have never heard of that and have no idea where it is. Guerneville has a population of less than 5,000 people. But as I said, that is where the Bohemian Grove is. And that seems like an odd place to go commit suicide. But I'll have to probably pick this up the next time I talk to you. But there have been a number of other suspicious deaths that have taken place in this town.
Yeah, lots of suspicious deaths. I like that. I like that Google lists the population of that town at 4,747. Okay.
Really? Oh, I didn't. I knew it was under 5,000. I didn't know the precise number. So, and as I said, I don't go by there every day, but I go there on a somewhat regular basis. And it is a bizarre town. It was basically, it became an enclave during the 1970s for the gay community in San Francisco. They'd have cabins there and go do their things there. And of course, as I said before, that's where Bohemian Grove is.
Yeah. Well, very interesting. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Both things. Thank you.
Okay, well, I can share something else, but I was going to talk about the death of the actor John Beasley, but I'm sure you probably covered that.
I have not. John Beasley.
Yes, his son plays for the LA, or rather his grandson plays for the LA Lakers. He died last week. I'm just going from memory.
Funny
But
enough, he
died
has
last
the
week.
same birthday as William Noland. How strange.
Oh, okay. I forgot that. So anyhow, he died at the age of 79.
Society of Jesus, 79, just like what they did with the supposed FBI Russian spy on 5/6. Okay.
So something you mentioned last week is you're talking about how there are millions of kids in the U.S. and other countries who dream of being professional athletes, basketball players, whatever. Well, in odds are they won't come anywhere near that unless they have the right bloodline, unless their dad or somebody else played in the NBA or whatever the league is. Well, what about having the right grandfather?
I think that would also qualify. It's all in the family.
So his grandson's name is what, Malik?
John Beasley, the actor, has a son that plays in the NBA on the Lakers.
A grandson. A grandson.
Okay.
He plays for the LA Lakers, I believe.
I suppose. I don't know a lot of the names of the players in the league. I just know the big stars. I hardly watch any games anymore. I can't stand to.
Well, neither do I, but I believe Malik.
Malik Beasley. Malik Beasley. Yeah. He's played. So many guys go over. He's played on the Timberwolves and the Lakers. Of course, the Lakers are from Minneapolis. Okay.
Oh. Okay. Well, just one other thing before I sign off.
So look at this. Look at this. So he died 27 days before his own birthday. We call that the ritual number, but he died 185 days after his grandson's birthday, who's in the NBA, and basketball equals 185. So go figure.
Well, of course, Beasley was one of the coaches in the 1993 movie Moody, which takes place at Notre Dame.
Catholic. That day, May 30th. That day, May 30th. Every year there's deaths on May 30th. Joe Biden's son died on May 30th. We're always talking about a death on May 30th. It's symbolic. That day is 201 days before the Pope's birthday. Again, the big number of the Jesuits, which are Catholic, like Rudy at Notre Dame. Again, May 30th is the 150th day of the year. In Gematria, Illuminati equals 150, like how the sun, which illuminates the earth, is 150 million kilometers away on average. So, they had to tell us that again, 150-201, Order of Illuminati 201, like the Jesuit order, the Illuminati founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt. So 150-201, they're peas in a pod. That's why the Alec Baldwin shooting of the Ukrainian woman right before Russia-Ukraine on the set of Rust in a Catholic church in the scene, that shooting, they had to tell you, happened at 1:50 p.m. local time, 201 days after Baldwin's birthday. 150 and 201 are numbers that come together a lot.
Okay, so and just one other thing. I understand that a couple months ago you did a stream with Johnny and the crew. What would you be up for doing something like that again?
I'm always up for a stream with you guys, indeed.
Okay, so shall I send you an invitation?
When do you want to do it?
Well, I know you're not supposed to answer a question with a question, but do mornings work for you?
They can. They can. Like what time?
Okay, I was just thinking, generally speaking.
Here, you know what? I'll call you off the air and we'll figure this out. I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, so you have my number?
I can see everybody's number on the screen, so.
Okay, so I'm on the West Coast like you, so all right, well, have a good evening, Zach.
All right, appreciate it, George. Take care. All right, sounds like it's another Johnny Cerrucci broadcast coming. Let's go out to 360. 360, you're on.
Hey, Zach.
How you doing?
going?
How you doing?
Pretty good. So reporting in from my compound here in Snohomish. I wanted to tell you about this morning, and planned on saying that today, but when it happened this morning that I was out walking my dogs about 8 o'clock, and I'd noticed some very faint clouds that were suspicious, like chemtrail clouds that probably blew in from 50 miles away or something. And I didn't think a lot about it, except that, okay, now they're starting to trail again because we've been getting a reprieve here for probably almost a week. I don't know, maybe even more. Nice clear skies. They actually cleared up to like be real blue, like not the haze blue that we always live under. So here I look up, and this jet's going by, pretty high altitude, dropping a nice fat trail, and I'm like, oh shit! So here, what they got in mind? Are they going to cloud us up or what? And then I look up again. I went like just I don't know. He went from straight over my head to behind the trees, to one side. So not very, well, maybe half the sky that I could see. And when I looked up again, this trail was it was dissipating pretty quickly, but it was still clearly visible as a trail. And there were circles like smoke rings, people puff a smoke ring. There were circles around the trail. Almost all of them were circling the trail. There were a few that were adjacent to the trail and very regular intermittent spacing. I've never seen that before on a chemtrail. So have you seen anything like that? I'd be really curious if anybody else has seen anything like that.
I don't know if I've seen it quite like that, but I've definitely seen some very interesting patterns.
So with intermittent spurts like that, or, rings, that was crazy. No?
I don't think, I said, I don't think I've seen it quite like that, so.
I kind of have an idea that part of what they do when they're dropping these trails is sometimes, like, they'll start and I go like, oh shit, here we go again. And then they'll stop. And I think they're laying down like markers, testing wind speed at different altitudes, what kind of patterns are going on, taking satellite photos in live time. You know what I mean? So I think these are markers, the distance markers or something, what they were doing was punching out those pulses so regularly.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Definitely possible.
Something to think about. One other thing before I get what I really wanted to talk about. It's real quick. Have you heard of zines? Z-I-N-E-S?
G-I-N-E-S.
Z, as in Z.
Oh, no.
Z, like magazine. So a zine is like, I don't know, somebody's cutesy name for what they came up with this idea. There's a lot of little YouTube videos on it, but basically it's a real simple handout type of thing. So what you're doing is like, you could set up the text for one of these things, and it's basically just folding folding a regular sheet of paper into quarters, right? So it's like 4 by 5 inches. And then I think you make one slit somewhere in it. They tell you where. And it's kind of like a little magazine, right? It's 8 pages long. And, you have to format it because some of it turns up upside down and whatnot. So you break it up on your computer and whatever. But that way, really, I did a lot of teaching for a long time, and people can benefit from handouts, especially from like totally new information like that. But when you talk to somebody, like if they're an audience member, they're probably going to walk out of there with maybe 10% of what you said. And if you engage them directly, sure, they'll probably remember quite a bit more. But people don't retain stuff. I mean, I would have people come back to classes. I used to teach dog agility, and they would just be like, where were you last week? Like, I'm just thinking, I didn't want to be rude, but like they just didn't listen. They didn't hear it. I don't know, and that's how people are though, right? It's not a exception. So it might be helpful to you, right?
I agree. It's very helpful to have a visual. So.
Yeah. And who knows? I mean, you got a lot of talented people. Like maybe somebody could do illustration type stuff too. help out with that.
You know what I need? You know what I need for the short Kobe thing? I need a picture of Kobe Bryant on the cross like he's Jesus. I need a picture of Kobe Bryant handing a child a toy helicopter at his last game. And what else do we need? What else do we need in that book? The Pope looking at his watch at 41 minutes after the hour or something. So,
well, you could storyboard a few of those and just kind of post a contest on Free to Find Truth or something.
Yeah, it would be cool. So,
okay. Well, anyway, that was just an idea. I didn't get the impression you were actually giving out much of anything except for your book at times, and then you gave out some hoodies and stuff, but I don't think that worked out that great.
Well, it got the most people to ever come out in Seattle. I think it was a very expensive day for me. I gave out $2,000 in hoodies, and we got a good crowd of people there at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, March 13th, 2020, to raise awareness about Event Dos Cerdo Uno, and it went viral that weekend on social media. So I think we made a difference. I think it was money well spent. So.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, if it really drew enough to make a difference.
Well, I think what happened was not. I mean, our group is what was the what caused it, but the people who worked in the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation across the street had no idea about the simulation, because only certain people from that organization were a part of it, and most of the workers there didn't have a clue. So we created a nice little buzz in that building among the employees, and I think somehow, some way, somebody in there helped that thing go viral. All right, we got a commercial break. We'll be right back, everybody. Great call. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the sheeple virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, you can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
Thank you. This may be the most important speech I've ever made. It was a massive gun, and to this day everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive gun, wow, in the Senate. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Massive gun, and to this day everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive gun, wow. But I went from leading by a lot to losing by a little. We used to have what was called Election Day. Now we have election days, weeks and months. Lots of bad things happened. What can I say? Wow. It was a mass dump. Our country cannot live with this election. Right now, we're worried about the present and what went on with an election that we won without question. In Pennsylvania, large amounts of gum. All over the country, gum. Nevada and California said gum. Right here in Washington. It was a massive gun. And to this day, everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive gun. Wow. In the Senate. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Massive gun. And to this day, everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive gun. Wow. But I went from leading by a lot to losing by a little. So many got ballots, they didn't even know what they were for. And again, so many received more than 1 ballot. In some cases, more than 2 ballots. If you were a Democrat, we're going to fix up your ballot, make sure it's perfect. If you were a Republican, don't even talk about it. Can you believe this? The hardest thing I have to do is gump. When they're irregular, gump. Let's go on to the next gump. It's because they know they are hiding a massive dollar. And this day everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from? Massive dollar. Wow, in the Senate. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Massive dollar. And this day everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from? Massive dollar. Wow, but I went from leading.
We are TFR, Truth Frequency Radio.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
The front page of BBC. Millions advised to mask up due to wildfire smoke. I made this same point in 2020 because, the whole COVID thing was going on. And they're telling people to wear the mask. And then we had all the smoke out here. And they were saying that's another good reason to wear the mask. And I did a video at the time. I was like, is this mask training for a future world just all full of smoke due to purposefully set fires? The worst smoke ritual I've seen in recent years, and it was another thing that we predicted correctly. I didn't know exactly what they're going to do, but I said just circle the date, September 11th, 2020, Portland, Oregon. It was going to be, I forget the exact number now, but it was going to be a significant number for the longest protest in the nation for Black Lives Matter and George Floyd. And we noticed how it fell right on September 11th. It was so perfect. And don't forget, George Floyd equals 119 as well. But I said, just watch. They're going to do something nasty in Portland on September 11th in relation to the Black Lives Matter protest. And it was headlines just like what you see in New York. Worst air quality in the world. That was the headline for Portland. Portland looked just like how New York does right now that day, September 11th, 2020. Because the woods all around, the Pacific Northwest is all full of big trees. Fires all over around Portland. Smoke everywhere. It looked just like this. And that was the national news headline. Instead of New York City, it was Portland, Oregon. But think about it. Think about the joke, you guys. What's the Black Lives Matter motto? I can't breathe. So on the perfect day of the Black Lives Matter protest, you couldn't breathe in Portland. Put your mask on. George Floyd's autopsy said he had COVID. Okay. Let's go out to 562. 562. 562, you're on. You there? Maybe he's just juggling his phone today. Let's go out to 531. 531, what's up?
What's up, Zach?
How you doing?
I'm all right, man. Just wanted to point out some things in the House Party movie. Really, it's there's a scene in there like a Illuminati initiation scene. Thought that was really interesting. And people on social media, they're saying that they think it was a sacrifice for DC Youngfly, but I honestly think it was for LeBron James. Just based on it was, it's his house in the movie. There's a lot of weird Illuminati parties that go on in LA. And
If you type out Jackie O, her name equals 154 in reverse. The news went viral on June 2nd, and that is 154 days after LeBron James.
Did you see my cover? Did you see my coverage of her death?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Again, I want the piece that really people need to absorb is Jackie O. When you hear that, you think of Jackie Onassis, JFK's wife.
Yep.
Again, it's the Heat's 35th season. They picked up their 35th conference finals win to advance to the finals on JFK's birthday, who was number 35, born on the 149th day of the year, the 35th prime. And then where does Jackie O, this younger entertainer who goes by that name, die? She dies 2 days later in Miami, where the finals are after the Heat just did that ritual. I mean, it's so obvious. And yeah, it was synced up. We looked at how it was synced up with the House Party movie, which does have the Illuminati thing in it, where Kid Cudi dies at age 38 in the movie.
Yep. And did Jackie O, the original Jackie O, did she die on the 139th day of the year? How does that work? I forgot those numbers.
Her birthday's the 139th day of the year, Jackie Onassis.
That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, and then it's still a LeBron James connection because he won a few championships in Miami. So I just think it was for LeBron James.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
So
It's always connected to LeBron. It's also connected to the finals. He was part of the playoff picture. He had arguably the biggest ritual in it on May 6th. And again, from the day that movie came out to the day she died was a span of 139 days. Just like, again, the Bavarian Illuminati equals 139, Freemasonry 139, America 139, this nation named, synced up with the Illuminati's establishment just before the revolution. And I wish we were old as vampires and we could go back and see if there even was a revolution. Sometimes I think none of this stuff even happened in the history books. It was all just It's all just one big story. So they came over here with the technology. They slaughtered the people who were already here. They rewrote the history books, and we're just living all the lies now. So that's where we are.
Yep. And one more thing, the original House Party movie, I got to do some more deep diving into it. But the dad in the original House Party movie, I think his name is Robin Harris. He's a pretty famous comedian in the 80s, and he passed away like right before the 90s hit. But he died a little bit before that original House Party movie was released. And it just reminds me of a death connected to House Party. That's all I have to say over that. Appreciate you.
Great observations, and sadly, that's probably all true. So.
Yep. Appreciate you, man. Keep doing what you do, man. I'm always supporting.
Thank you. Appreciate people like you. Thank you.
No problem.
There's a veteran. All right, have a good night, man.
You too, man.
All right. What's up, Joey?
Yo. What I noticed is yesterday was the first day that the smoke in New York City was like the big story. And
no, was it? Yes, was it? I thought it started before that.
Yesterday was the first day that I noticed it being like a big story. Yesterday was the first day that it was on like the front page of CNN. But just the point was, so I measured from yesterday to 9/11, and it was a span of 98 days. Like lung cancer is 98. And of course, a lot of people in 9/11 got diagnosed with cancer and lung cancer from the dust. But the White Sox were playing in New York yesterday, the Yankees. And the White Sox got their 27th win. Smoke equals 27. And the Yankees got their 26th loss. And Yankees equals 26, and cancer equals 26. But yesterday was June 6th. Like 6-6, like 2-6. Get it? Like they do little jokes like that, like on 6-6. the Yankees get their 26th loss. Like,
well, here, just to remind you, there's a
like,
relationship with 6 and 26. If you spell out the word sixth, S-I-X-T-H, as Gematria 26, like how in the Bible on the 6th day, in the 26th verse, God makes Adam, and both God and Adam equal 26. I think that's part of the reason the Jesuit motto, "E Summum Salvator," equals 266. There's definitely something about those numbers.
yeah, good input. And Liam Hendricks is the White Sox closer, and he was diagnosed with cancer. And he got his first win back from getting cancer. Like, he returned, and he gets his first win since his, like, on fucking National Cancer Day. And this was recently, like, pretty recently. But the point is, yesterday, Liam Hendricks closed out the game when the Yankees get their 26th loss, and the commentators were talking about how he came back from cancer while the Yankees are getting their 26th loss. And it seems like just a big ritual. It obviously is.
Well,
And
we
it's
know that
completely
every day
fucked
is
up.
one ritual after the next. So, congrats to everyone who won on the
Yeah, fuck.
Athletics yesterday and today. They stayed on 50 losses in Pittsburgh, 50 town. And again, Pittsburgh so 50, even the football team name equals 50. But yeah, the A's, they're trying to win 3 games for the first time, and they got a day off tomorrow, but then their next game is going to be on the 9th. Can they get their 3rd win on 6-9? Be like the Yin Yang Twins. All right.
Oakland Athletics is 155, and yeah, they can become 15 and 50.
Yeah, right, they haven't won 3 straight games this year, so well, it'll be funny. It'll be funny if they finally get a streak of 3 on 6-9. 3-6-9. I know my guy in LA is all over that. So.
Yeah, all right, man. Well, have a good night.
All right, appreciate it, Joey. Take care.
Peace.
All right, let's go out to New York. 518. Oh, it's the troll. It's the troll. What a loser. What a loser. Hey, troll, why don't you call in and use your own voice instead of being a loser? God, what a loser. 913.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, what's up, Zach? I was the one that I was putting some money in the chat, but what's your name? I was trying to tell you. I don't know if you recently saw the new movie. It's called, I think it's called Hypnosis. It's a group of these people who have abilities to control minds, and it's a scene in the movie where they show these people controlling the minds, and they're actually putting the news, and it's actually showing them to controlling the news and everything. So I'm like, that's showing truth in the movie right there.
What's the movie called?
Hypnosis.
It's new?
I believe it came out. Hold up. Let me see. I think it came out earlier this year. I believe I just saw it last night. Hold up.
Hypnotic? Hypnotic?
Yeah. That one. Yeah.
Okay. Ben
Yeah,
Affleck.
that one, right.
Ben Affleck?
You gotta watch it.
Is Ben Affleck in it? Is this the right movie, Ben Affleck?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I wanted to tell you something else. What do you think about the plane crash and the shooting that happened at the college yesterday?
Will people just take notice of how many of these mass shootings in the news are not far from the nation's capital and where the CIA is? I mean, it's so redundant with Virginia. And Again, I mean, I was actually going to do the stream about that, but then I figured they'd probably take that stream down. But I get why they're doing it, right? So, I mean, you think about it. The kids who just graduated from college, or not college, well, college as well, but high school and college graduations going on. This group of people growing up, okay, they've been in school, high schoolers have been in school for 13 years. So they got in school around 2010. So right at the start of their school, Sandy Hook happened. And then ever since Sandy Hook, it's been nonstop mass shootings, tons of them in school. So their whole, and we really know what school, our public school system really is. It's an indoctrination system. And it's the private school system too, because the private schools are teaching the same curriculum the public schools are. You might go to a more expensive school with richer students and have more access to wealthier and connected people, but you're learning the same curriculum, you're getting the same propaganda and programming. Anyway, everyone who's been in school for all this period of time, it's just been all about shooting. So now on the day that they're graduating, as so many high school graduations were yesterday, now what's the big headline for the evening time while they're getting the graduation and they're all looking at their phones? Oh my God, there's a mass. I hope our graduation doesn't have a mass shooting. Yeah, it's just the programming won't stop, and that's what they'll associate with their graduation. It's sick, and again, right out of the CIA headquarters, I'm sure that little ritual came out of in Virginia. So,
and then I actually did some of the numbers at the shooting. And something that pointed out to me, father and son. The son, actually, it's the graduate. He died and his dad died. Father and son equals 64, just like June 6th and killed.
Right before Father's Day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, again, just all the stuff with the NBA Finals and 56 everywhere to go with the 56 circumference inch rim. On the 5th day of the 6th month, and sports media was talking about how Jimmy Butler's dad is dying, and then they apologized the next day and said it was misinformation, but they just had to bring that up in the time of the finals where Game 7 scheduled for Father's Day. So, father and son, huh?
Oh, this is crazy, dude. That's just wild. And then even the word Gemini lines up with it, too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and let's not forget that this happened on 6/6. We know mass shooting 66. So
yeah, I see it there too. I saw that. And actually, even mass shooting, murder, and the name of the college that the shooting happened at has the same numbers of 150, 159 in it.
Yeah, I definitely saw some interesting numbers in the school, including 174, the old FF number, the old false flag. I see they're saying the son was 18. Remember in Gematria, the word son equals 18, and the father was 36. 18 plus 36 is 54. The big way, son's 54. Is somebody talking to you?
I'm on speaker.
Oh, you're on speaker. Okay. I was like, what is going on? Yeah. I mean, it's a total ritual. So anyway, I appreciate I appreciate you bringing that up because that was actually what I was going to lead off the show with, and then I decided not to. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get off and let you go ahead and get somebody else on the phone, bro.
All right. Appreciate it. Great call. Thank you.
All right.
You have a good night. And again, just so you guys can see the gematria, sun, like sun in the sky, sounds the same way as male offspring. Catholic Church, got you believing in Jesus, worshiping the sun. But notice how sun has the gematria of 18 and 54. 36 plus 18, 54. The Jesuit logo is the sun with the letters IHS, which is 36 and 18. Mass shooting 66 on 6/6. Says an 18-year-old graduate, Sean Jackson, and his 36-year-old stepfather, Renzo Smith, were killed in a shooting after a high school commencement ceremony in Richmond, Virginia, Tuesday evening that left 5 others injured, police said Wednesday. A suspect, 19-year-old Amari Pollard, in tarot, the 19th card's the Sun card, was arraigned Wednesday morning on 2 counts of second-degree murder and is being held without bail Interim Police Chief Rick Edwards said at a news conference. Pollard had an ongoing dispute with the 18-year-old victim, and it was the targeted attack, Edwards said. Further charges are pending, he added. He has not yet hired an attorney and is due back in court June 21st, according to Commonwealth's attorney Colette McEakin. A 9-year-old girl was struck. A 9-year-old girl was struck and injured by a car in the chaos that followed the shooting. Here, let's look at the Gematria son again. Notice son is also 9. And, Richmond, VA's got the Gematria 107 like shooting, 163 the 38th prime like death. Richmond, Virginia also has the 97 like death. But yeah, again, it's just that's what I thought about when this broke last night. It's like, oh, fitting the class that's graduating, who's been nonstop mass shooting since pretty much they were in first grade, on their graduation day. Got to have a mass shooting at a graduation ceremony. And what bothers me the most, you guys, about all this? Well, I mean, actually, it's a debate about what bothers me the most. People's apathy, the fact that no one catches on. But really, what really disturbs me is that we're made to pay for this. We pay for this government that does this to us. And we pay because it's pay or else. Pay or else. We'll put you in a cage. We'll bury you in fines. You'll wish you just paid the first time because now you're going to pay way more. It's gross. But Cheetos just taste too good. All right, 443. What's up, 443?
Yeah, I'm here on the East Coast, and I feel like I'm walking in a campsite with campfires.
Sure. Yeah, that's too many campfires. That's exactly what it's like. It's like everybody's camping. It's like, well, way too many. Well, every time isn't it mind blowing that every time it happens and you're living in it, it's like how much stuff is on fire right now. And I mean, we had Canada smoke out here on the West Coast about a month or so ago. So this is obviously a different fire that's closer to you. We're having Canadian wildfires from coast to coast. I'm in Washington State. You're out on the East Coast. We're over 3,000 miles from each other. And it didn't get as bad this past month as it is for you right now. But
this has actually been going on for a few days now, over a week.
Yeah, no, I've been here. I mean, there's been Canadian wildfires that have been impacting Canada and the United States with smoke for over a month now. But I think this is the worst one yet, what you guys are experiencing.
How does the smoke make its way down from Nova Scotia?
Good question.
That's what I'd like to know.
Good question.
I mean, it goes straight down and straight south. But basically, it's east. It's the northeast. It's north of the northeast. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anyone talk about too much with the sonic boom incident that took place here on the East Coast and outside of Washington, D.C. Did you hear anything about that?
I didn't hear about the sonic boom, no.
Allow me to elaborate. There was a Cessna citation that was unresponsive and supposedly people on board, 3 or 4 is speculative, were not responding as it was flying into a restricted airspace over DC, and Joint Base Andrews had 2 F-16 fighter jets take off and reach sonic boom speed, which made a huge explosion that could be heard all up and down the Virginia, basically, I'm going to say like 50 miles outside of DC. It was a huge explosion. I heard it. Everyone that was with us heard it. Supposedly the plane was piloted by a guy named John Rumpel, who is a big Trump donor, a MAGA donor. The plane is owned by his wife, Barbara Rumpel. It's funny that John Rumpel, and Sonic Boom have the same gematria and the same ciphers. I'm surprised it didn't make it out across the country, the news.
Huh. Yeah, maybe it was, and I just didn't see it, but that is interesting. So.
And well, then I don't know what happened, but they said the plane then continued on and crashed into the mountains of Virginia, somewhere around the Shenandoah Mountains of Virginia. So they never did shoot it out of the sky. Well, they never even said. They just said the plane crashed in Virginia.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah, that's all I had. And everyone is completely batshit crazy here on the East Coast. The only thing people care about is doing 80 miles an hour wherever possible. The roads are absolutely a train wreck.
Sure.
Nothing makes sense. Construction that doesn't make sense. And people driving like utter maniacs. And I've never seen more people on the road trying to get somewhere than I have ever. It seems like there's more people out than ever before. Rush hour, non-rush hour, stores, you name it.
Really?
And
You're seeing more people on the road right now than ever? Right now?
It seems like it. It really does.
I thought that was the one good thing about COVID. It just seems like less people are driving everywhere now. It does seem like it's coming back, but there's maybe it is getting back to even more now. So I now that I think about it,
in the Washington, Baltimore area.
Okay, in that area, interesting. All right. Oh, we got a commercial break. Appreciate the call. Thank you, friend. Stay safe.
You bet.
Be right back, everybody.
Tenderloin in San Francisco. What an experience. If you just spend a day there and walk the streets where those lonely walk and go eat where they eat and listen to some of those stories, you come away with more of a sense of value, because the true values of life come by the contrast. And unless you experience more of the contrast, even the values you consider valuable become a bit shallow if you don't understand the contrast. It's hard to really appreciate winning until you've done some losing. And if you've done some failing, success now becomes a much larger worth and value and commodity if you understand a bit of the other side. So part of this is just deliberately go where experiences beyond your own touch your life to get somewhat of an education as to the contrast of life and the differences. It'll educate your mind and educate your spirit. And sure enough, that extra worth will start showing up in your sentences and your words. They'll be weightier, they'll be heavier, they'll mean more when you talk to somebody.
Hey everyone, it's Chris Gio, founder of Truth Frequency Radio and host of Beyond the Veil. The mainstream media and establishment are running scared right now, and they've prominently featured TruthFrequencyRadio.com as number 89 on the federal government's hit list, also known as the fake news list, which is essentially a list of sites slated for censorship on Facebook, YouTube, Google, and other social media. Now is the time for you to get involved. Share your favorite TFR shows far and wide on forums and social media. Tell your friends and family about your favorite shows. If you're a business owner, get in touch with us to feature your product or service right here on TFR. And if you haven't done so already, become a TFR supporter now and get unlimited commercial-free downloads in high quality. Visit truthfrequencyradio.com/sign-up. Thank you for making TFR the leader in independent and uncensored talk radio. Truth Frequency Radio. Your protection from deception.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Jim Ram, retired. In early 2012, I was facing a laundry list of chronic health conditions that my physician was telling me were incurable. I knew there had to be a better way, and I learned how I could reverse every one of my ailments with science-based, clinically verified medical nutrition. In just a few months, I was able to reverse high blood pressure, gastric reflux, sleep apnea, arthritis, degenerative disc disease, heart arrhythmia, AFib, and many more. And I've lost over 70 pounds and kept it off. Now I'm hosting a radio program that's dedicated to helping my listeners do the same. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, if you're sick of being used as an ATM by your doctor, then you'll want to tune into the Your DIY Health radio program here on Truth Frequency Radio every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern and 6 to 8 a.m. Pacific.
No hate, no hype, no fear.
You're listening to Truth Frequency Radio.
We are TFR.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We've got an hour and a half of show left. If you want to phone in, the number is 213-233-3998. Again, 213-233-3998. And next up is 401. 401, you're on.
401, really?
What?
Jack?
You're on.
Hello?
You're on.
Wow, it's big time. You know how long I've been listening to you? Like, before Trumpy. Like 15, 16.
Long time. Thanks for the support.
Yeah. So, all right, here's the reason for my call. All right, so I'm kind of the same age as you, right?
Okay.
And I got awoken, around 9/11. But the thing that woke me up was the response to it, right? Afghanistan, all that bullshit, right?
Right.
So that's what opened my eyes. So I was like, all right. So my whole thing is,
Are you still there? I think your connection cut out. You said the thing is, or can you hear me? Shoot. Long time listener, first time caller, and then his call's gonna drop on him. It's too bad. I'm gonna give him another second just in case. Here, while we wait for his connection, here was a post I didn't finish from months ago. I love that this movie's coming out on my birthday. Oppenheimer, The World Forever Changes, about the maker of the bomb. And we talked a good deal about this past winter, if you missed those videos. But we also broke this down once in a live stream, and I never finished putting the post together. But that title, Oppenheimer, The World Forever Changes, equals 516. And from the day that Russia first went into Ukraine, February 21st, to the release of the movie is 516 days. You see that? The World Forever Changes. Oppenheimer, The World Forever Changes, 516. Again, last year on August 6th, the anniversary of Hiroshima, you had the United Nations talk about how the nuclear threat is real. It's highly probable there will be a nuclear disaster because of what's going on in Russia, Ukraine. So, and we know how it's all synced up. Hollywood with the predictive programming. Sometimes Hollywood has to delay a movie because it's so similar. It was supposed to come out, but then it was so similar to what happened in the news. And again, I just say, what are the odds that's coming out on my birthday? Wild. Yeah, if you want to call back in, caller whose call just dropped, please do. I wanted to hear what you had to say. Sorry your call dropped. I was looking forward to it. Let's go out to Colorado. What's up, Colorado?
Hey, Zach, what's going on? How you doing? How's your family?
I'm doing all right. How are you and how's your family?
Oh, we're blessed, brother. Keeping the Shabbat, going to the Sabbath. Everything's been blessed. It's been a few weeks since I talked to you. But I always try to see, how's your regular life doing? Because you expose the hell out of the subplot and the chaotic thing, and you do a great job at it. So that's why, I call in time to time. Like, well, what's Zach doing over there exposing that subplot? And I even showing us Oppenheimer. Yeah, there's going to be nuclear war. That's Ezekiel 38, 39. Yeah, they're going to plan this big one. So 3 major wars coming. So, yeah, fortunately, it's going to be a disaster. But it's true. How do you kill population? You need major wars to do it, to cut down the population.
Yeah.
So, my grandfather, World War II, he realized 52 million people died. He was part of World War II, in the Philippine Islands, 20,000 Marines, 10,000 Japanese, total hell disaster. But yeah, unfortunately it does happen, brother. And it's a real thing. But the realm of death's a real thing too, That's his job, to kill mankind and population. But it's sad what a man could do another man, it's such evil and death instead of being happy. How's your family? How's your community? How can we enjoy this life on earth? But some people don't want that. They enjoy the chaos, what you expose, which is really sad. So,
indeed.
But nothing much to elaborate on. It's just good talking to you time and time again. But like I said, take time, spend time with your family, your sweet lady you have. Enjoy the good things of life. Enjoy the quality of food or like fine wine or something. That's what God put you on earth to enjoy the earth and take dominion over it. But unfortunately, we got evil, cruel governments that want to take dominion over us, and it's really sad. Like, I see what you're showing now, these wildfires, these heart machines, and all this other crap. I mean, think by the grace of God, you're still living, you're still here, though, right? So glory to God on that one, right? And all of us.
Indeed.
So, but Zach, nothing really to elaborate, but just keep doing what you're doing, brother. Stay, be a good courage. Keep going forward. Be strong. Live day by day. And make sure, have a good base community around you that's going to try to support you, uplift you, and just do the part that God calls you to do on earth. That's all you can do, right?
Indeed. I think that's a good perspective. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but like I said, once in a while, take day by day, enjoy the fine quality things that God gave you in life, too. Don't get so caught up in the subplot. There's one thing I know, walking in the Torah, anything outside of the Torah, it never really counted. And, that's the whole, irony of it. Think about what makes life count in your life. Your marriage, your children, your family, your community, enjoying food, enjoying a good drink, enjoying just peace in your life. Those are things that really ever counted. All this other stuff you're exposing, it's a realm of death, or in Hebrew we call it subplot, or tree of knowledge of good and all evil, all the way back to Tower of Babel. But, there's a tree of life, too, the Ace Cain. So, that's why when I go to Shabbat, or I enjoy the air of Shabbat, I'm at the right place at the right time on earth and enjoying God's presence, enjoying God's blessings. And, I try to be good to my community and others, as everyone's created in the image of God, too. So, that's why I just take the attributes of life, out of the Torah and basically try to attribute it back into life in the community and people. But what I like about you, brother, I think you got your gift and calling. Fortunately, this is what you agreed to before the beginning began. You got to expose the subplot. Guys got to use it mightily. But, brother, who knows, Zach? I mean, you said maybe you have Hebrew roots in your history and your family, and you probably do. Because you're doing Gematria, yeah, that's, even Hebrew. God created a letter with the words with a number. It came out of the Torah, too. You got rabbis that are expertise in Gematria. But a Kabbalistic Kabbalah, that's going in the realm of darkness, too. So, that's why you got to be very, very careful. It's true. You stare in that dark abyss, make sure you don't become part of it yourself. And, that's the whole thing. And, you got many people on here that each person has a part on this earth. So they're just playing their part, right?
I guess you could put it that way. Sure.
Yeah. But the whole thing is, remember, well, for me personally, I read the Torah, I want to find myself and my life, this part of earth where I am at this time, and I want to make sure I do what God's calling me to do. but everyone has to see what's your assignment on Earth. And I think even a subplot, even in a sentence, if you think Michael Jordan, you think basketball, Tiger Woods, golf, even follow a subplot, Gematria thing, but they definitely have gifts and talents and, probably perverted, but they also follow the assignment, even a dark way. And then some people, have inventions or ideas and everything. Many people on this earth, like when I read the Torah, King Solomon, he's building a $500 billion temple, right? That was his assignment. You're King David, you're a king, you conquered a giant, you conquered Goliath. If you're John the Baptist, you're in the wilderness, eating locusts and honey, and you're preparing the way to Messiah. You just got to find what's your assignment on this life, on this part of Earth, in this era of time, and the millennial reign that we're going to go into the last 1,000 years on Earth. So, and that's why, though, you said there's an organic side and a reset, they're trying to call it. Well, it's very easy. The last 1,000 years, God will go back to Genesis 1:1 before the beginning began. And that's why, we're in the Hebrew calendar, we're in 6,020 or 21. So already going into millennial reign. And what you call an organic side, it's very hard to comprehend, some people to comprehend this, but before the beginning of Genesis 1:1, that's what God's going to reset and bring this whole earth back to. And it says, you read Revelations, right? The realm of death's put away for 1,000 years, which you're exposing. And thank God for that. And hopefully we'll have peace and a millennial reign, right? But that's in the process too. And that's day by day, season by season as well. So, but Zach, keep up a good job, brother. Be a good courage and keep doing what God's called you to do. And basically, just watch the buildings you go to, wise associations, and the clothing you put on your back. And basically, those are three principles that you can follow. Because you do have to go into a building, you have to contact with people, and the clothing that you wear is very important too, makes you feel positive or negative. So those are three principles that I can leave you in the Torah. That amazingly will bless you too. And as for a man, I would say wear cotton, wool, or linen gives you a positive feeling. Don't wear hybrid material. And also, obviously, wise associations. That's why I say if you're walking in Torah, you're considered wise. If you're walking outside of the Torah, you're not considered unwise, even though everyone has a part in the Torah. And then the building, if you're in a strip club, obviously you know what kind of atmosphere you're in, right? Or a bar or so-and-so. So make sure to be careful what buildings you go to. And another principle, if you want to change your status, just put oil and water on your face. It changes your status, makes you feel clean and clear and pure if someone has a different frequency in them. So, but brother, be blessed. Keep up the great work. And, day by day we live, brother. But remember, slow down and consider the good things of life that God gave you.
Indeed. Indeed. Good advice. I appreciate it as always, friend. Thank you.
All right, Zach, be blessed.
Yeah, you too.
Go forward, brother.
All right, you have a good week. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Take care. All right, always with the positive message. Let's go out to 361. 361, you're on. Oh, another troll. Oh, another troll. Oh, another troll. By the way, thank you to Samuel Bates. We had a caller a few calls back who pointed out the sonic boom, and apparently I lost his other comment, but he showed how it all went together. The name of the man and sonic boom both equaled 138, and then the name of the jet was Encore Motors of Melbourne, Inc., which is also 138. And that's what you'll find time and time again. You just decode these stories and you'll find the same numbers in them. 138's common with the feds. Feds taking down planes. Just ask people in New York about it even before 9/11. So, anyway, appreciate the super chats and the decoding. Great work. And shout out to John Mendoza. He's sending super chats through the Cash App. He's sending super chats on the screen. John Mendoza, you've done more than your part, friend, but I really do appreciate your continued generosity. But you're another guy who never needs to donate another dollar. John Mendoza says he's always learned something new here, and he's always taking down notes, mentally and on paper. He's down for the revolution. Appreciate it, John. Need more Johns in the world. Let's go out to 209. Thank you, 209.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, the guy that called in with the positive message, that was real great to hear. But I noticed that there's only 62 people in the chat tonight, and I think maybe last one, the one before, were usually around.
Well, what channel are you watching on? Are you watching on GematriaEffectNews 23?
Yeah.
There's over 500 people because I have it on 3 different channels. So between the 3 channels, there's over 500 people.
Oh, well, that's good. But I know that you did the live the other day, and it's like how you're saying that the fun, like the support's down, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like my thing is like a lot of people know you, believe it or not. If you go on Instagram and see a certain post around a death or something, people are always talking about Gematria, and they always say your name. It's no one else. Like, you know, that's where everybody's familiar with it with. But my thing is like, what could we do? Like, how do we maybe get you on a podcast with somebody, or like, you know, like who would the person be, and how would we as a team make that happen? Like, do we just spam this person?
I love the way you're thinking.
Like, what do we do?
I love the way you're thinking. We've tried to do this as a team before, back when we even had bigger views, and we'd go to a popular YouTuber's channel and we'd drop a comment and we'd have everybody hit the like, and then, you know, 2 hours later, Google would totally delete the comment. It'd be all the way gone. And
right.
But we have to do something like that outside of the internet, because the problem is these social media platforms destroy every effort we make to get the word out there. And it's not just about getting. It's more about just getting the knowledge and the work out there. I don't know. I'm coming from all these different angles. I've been trying to pound pavement, put out content every day, write books, and so far it just hasn't been enough. I think if we had like some supermodel chick who did gematria in a bikini each day, that'd probably be the biggest hit yet. But we're still waiting for her.
You know, it's like what I was thinking is like we could just play their game. Like it's like the amount of YouTubers or people that would actually dedicate their channel to debunking flat Earth. Like, why does anybody try to debunk gematria? Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe we can trick them into, you know, taking their people and saying, hey, look at this, and then give people a chance to think for themselves, you know? But it's like no one wants to address it because maybe they're just, you know what I mean? Like,
well,
maybe there's
here,
something
to make a
there.
point, you know, Professor Dave explains he has like a million people that follow him online, and it was over a year ago. I challenged him. I said, hey, you like to do videos making fun of flat earthers and conspiracy theorists. And, you know, some people might call me a conspiracy theorist. And he'd recently done a video on how astrology was stupid. And he's a big proponent of NASA. So I did a video just playing a short clip of him talking about how astrology is stupid. I probably played 30 seconds of his video. I don't know if you saw it at the time. But then I showed him how NASA uses astrology and how it's undeniable. And I said, let's have a conversation or even a debate about it, or maybe try to debunk it like you do the flat earthers you make fun of. Well, what he did instead was he filed a copyright, and I got a strike and was suspended for a week. And I thought, and I wasn't even mean in the video. I said he's a smart guy. I said if you guys need help with the science thing, go to his channel. But I said I think he's a little bit closed-minded on this, and yeah, there is some conspiracy stuff that people need to look into, because there are real conspiracies that are having an impact on our quality of life. And again, I think his response, people didn't see that response, but he got me suspended for a week, and I think that says everything. Instead of having a debate or trying to make fun of it, I think he realized he couldn't. That's why you don't see anyone trying to debate me. All you see are like trolls harassing every day, calling in with these recordings and stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. And I've been watching you for years now, and like that's why I kind of say it's like, okay, we're all here, we all support it, but it's like, where do we go from here? I mean, I love to go pound pavement with you and stuff, but it's like, are our numbers physically, like, the internet's kind of where it's at, so it's like, and for us many to be watching and only so few people to call in and this and that, it's like, but I understand it, because after so many years, it's like you can share something and it's like, okay, now you're crazy. They're not going to share it, so it's like, it's almost like it's up to us. But then it's like, I forget who it was probably Matrix or somebody, but it's like, dude, these people are NPCs. You can't do nothing with them at this point. Like,
Yeah.
Like we're fighting, or it's almost like we're fighting a losing battle. How you say it's like, because you got to go to work, you do this, and it's like okay, I've been following you for years, and it's like, yeah, I'm up to date. I can see stuff and look right through it, but it's like at this point, like what do we do? What do we do with the information? Like where do we go with it? You know?
It's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, ultimately, I know what we need to do. We need to get enough people to wake up and overthrow the tyranny. I mean, that's always been my goal, but I just feel like it's such a pipe dream right now because there's so few people down for the cause. And
On another note, how the previous caller said, I mean, like, you know, they do war for money and everything, and then all the stuff going on with Trump. It's like, do you think that'd be the next World War III, or they would just start another pandemic or whatever they could come up with just to keep Trump out of there, you know? Or do you think Biden's like really on his ass? Like, you think they'll really go down for that? Because I mean, I literally have the hard drive of like literally, I've seen everything. Man, like Hunter Biden, that's some wild shit. And it's like, well, if I as an average person can access stuff like that, like how is the government not even doing nothing about that? And if they say this and that, why are they prolonging it? Like, isn't that fucking what's the word?
They always need a story. They always need some kind of story with every president to drive the other side nuts and make them come out and vote for the other party and hate the other party. That's just how I see the whole Hunter Biden thing. I still remember it was like the 201st day of the year that CNN finally covered Hunter Biden, and it's just, you know, I mean. I mean, just think about it, right? We have two political parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. Out of these two massive parties, the best the Democrats could do is come up with this old, you know, seemingly senile man who just trips over on everything. And then not only that, but then he has like this crackhead son. Like, where strategically is it like, yeah, that's who we want to represent our party? Again, it's because it's all one big sick joke, and I don't get caught up in anything like Hunter Biden. I mean, you see all the Republicans and Fox News every day talking about Hunter Biden. It's just there's always something, right? Donald Trump, for all the people that hate Donald Trump. I mean, there's a lot of things, but then you know he's having affairs and paying for porn stars and talking to Billy Bush on the bus about how he likes to seduce women and just he doesn't even care if the woman's married, he's going for her if he's into it. I mean, just they put out all this stuff to give everybody a reason to hate everybody, and it's just the game. It's the same old game, cycle after cycle.
You got anything on? I think his name's John Bailey, actor. He died like maybe a week ago.
Oh, somebody called in about that earlier. His grandson plays for the Lakers, and he died 27 days before his own birthday, the ritual number, but then he died 185 days after his grandson's birthday, who's in the NBA, and basketball's 185. There's probably more to it, but we took a call on that earlier in the show, and that's what I noticed.
Yeah, I probably was. I called in late.
That's okay.
I was just wondering. I didn't see too much in the media about him.
Yeah, I missed the story too. I didn't know about him until the caller earlier this evening, so...
Yeah, I got overseen with the DC Young Fly's girlfriend, apparently, in my algorithm.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. We covered that one too, so.
Yeah, I was listening the other day. Was that maybe yesterday, day before?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much all I got. I just wish I just wish more people, would care, but,
Okay, so, well, I appreciate the call and support.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll listen to you, and I'm here. We're here.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, so comment from the chat. Here's a fun one. Your negative attitude is what I think is dragging people away. I know for myself I can't listen to you that often because your vibe rubs off into my daily life. Well, again, I think a lot of losers find that I have a negative attitude. I think winners see that I'm someone who stands up for all the right things day after day and exposes evil. So I think the real problem is there's a lot of losers in the world, a lot of beta males and really weak people that have the wrong outlook on things. And I think you're one of those people. So thanks for the comment, JN, and you can fuck off. So the only problem is there's not enough real men in the world. You know, what you see on the screen is a real man. Somebody who stands up for real shit, who sacrifices, who talks about the right things, who dedicates their life to the real things. It's rare to find in this world full of fucking losers like JN. So, okay, let's see. Let's take another call. 209. 209, what's up? 209?
I think you just called me, Zach.
Oh, I hit the wrong one. All right. Thanks again, 209. Appreciate it. Let's go out to 646. 646. How you doing?
Hey, Zach. New York City calling in. How are you tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm fine with the smoke down here. It's crazy because, like, it started yesterday, really, that people started to see how hazy it was outside. I mean, I didn't know about the wildfires until, like, later on in the evening. And the sun just had this, like, unnaturally red-orange hue. I was like, what the hell's going on? Like, a lot of New Yorkers, like, were like, what's going on? You know? But I just wanted to say, like, I don't know if you remember, I think you might have covered this in 2020. The Bay Area actually had like a lot of smoke from another Canadian. I think it was either a Canadian wildfire or another wildfire going on in California. And the sky was orange and the sun was red.
Hold on. Pause real quick, because I realize we're going to the commercial break. We'll talk about this as soon as we come back from the break. What I hope before we go to the break is you guys don't have to live in this for a month like we did the other year. We were in the smoke for a whole month, and it got real old. We'll be right back, everybody. Sit tight.
All right.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move. When you have a great melody, a song plays right.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes.
Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smartphone, or smart TV and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
Radio.
I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio, then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
You don't hear them talking about COVID. To be specific, COVID-19. That name gets further and further away from China as opposed to calling it the Chinese virus. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. Don't you understand, you dumb son of a bitch, calling it Kung flu? The Chinese virus. Testing is a double-edged sword. They test. People don't know what's going on. We got this. They got this. You do testing. You're going to find more cases. So I said to my people, slow the testing down. You know what? We got another one over here. The young man's 10 years old. He's got the sniffles. That's a case. That's a case. Thank you, China. Send us the plague. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. Don't you understand, you dumb son of a bitch, calling it Kung flu? The Chinese virus. Despite the fact that we are have done a phenomenal job. He lied. I say hundreds of thousands of lives. There was only one person that died. I ran for politics once, but I became president. You're so lucky, president. There's a limit to what we can achieve. I stand before you today to declare, come flu. The Chinese virus, come flu. The Chinese virus. Don't you understand, you dumb son of a bitch? Calling a come flu. The Chinese virus. If I lose an election over that, you know what? This country's in big trouble. Big trouble. What the fuck?
Wherever you are, make it T. Frequency Radio.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back. True Seeker, breaking headline this evening. Another death related to the WWE. The Iron Sheik, dead at 81. And he is dead precisely 78 days before Vince McMahon's 78th birthday. Of course, in Gematria, Scottish Rite equals 78. Like Jesuit. And again, a lot of parallels with the Scottish Rite and the Jesuits. And he's also dead 271 days after his own birthday, the 58th prime number that connects to Randy Savage and his brother's death. But 271 is the 58th prime number, both Freemasonry and Secret Society 58, familiar patterns. So often these WWE deaths have the Masonic numbers all over them. But the Iron Sheik dead today, June 7th. Of course, it's 6-7. As we know, things like blood sacrifice and human sacrifice equals 67. And no one's going to question his death. 81 years old. They had to put in the article, the Iron Sheik became champion of then World Wrestling Federation in 83. 83. Fateful year. The year Murder by Numbers, the song came out. Let's go back out to our caller in New York who's surviving the smoke. And tell us more about the experience, please. Sorry you're having to live in it.
Yeah, you know, I'm just shocked hearing about the Iron Sheik. You know, it's sad, but yeah. So just being in it, because you know, I think the last time New York City had some poor air quality issues at this level was 9/11. So that's like the whole crazy thing about it. And I remember clearly on 9/11, like the EPA and other government agencies, they're saying, "Oh yeah, the air is fine. You know, don't worry about it." And then, like, years later, you have first responders, like, coming out saying, like, yeah, I got, like, blacks and asbestos particles in my lungs and I'm dying here. You know, the government should be kind of held responsible because, like, the government agencies were saying, like, oh, the air is fine by where the World Trade Center was. So, like, I noticed in the morning, like, frankly speaking, in the morning, especially yesterday and today, it was pretty nice out. Like, it's only as the day goes on, like around peak afternoon hours, that it gets really, it was really bad today. It was hazy. The sky wasn't necessarily orange, but it was like, it was just super hazy. It was like almost like dusk level, like dusk, like just before sunset type of environment. And it did the smoke, the smoke just hits you. And I felt sorry for a lot of people that had like allergies, like seasonal allergies, because they were just going crazy with like the smoke in the air and whatnot. So our mayor was on TV, you know, like saying like, you know, wear a mask if you have to. If you have like any complications, you know, go to like medical facilities, you know, they're on standby. You know, helping people that are having breathing issues. So, but I bring all this up because back in 2020, at the height of this pandemic, in California, especially like the Bay Area, this is where the articles were written about. There was some wildfires going on out on the West Coast. I don't know if it was Canada or like the California forest fires going on. And the sky was orange. I know that's the article, like, it was very weird. Like, a lot of Californians are like, oh, the sky is orange, the sky is orange. And I think the sun turned red because of the hue of the smoke was filtering out the yellow light from the sun. So I noticed, with that, I revisited like a news report that the date that was reported was 9/9/2020. And I thought that was really weird because yesterday was 6/6, and that's when we started to notice like the haziness, if you didn't know about the Canadian wildfire. So I'm like, wait a minute, 9/9/2020 up until 6/6, which is the inverse of now. So I was like, I gotta call into TFR and see if you could kind of decode that, because I just thought that was just so funky on all ritualistic levels, you know?
Right.
And then too, with this red sun imagery, it reminds me of like Hiroshima, because didn't the G7, I think they just recently met in Hiroshima, in Japan. And I just thought it was really weird, like why would they go to Hiroshima of all places? And then, like you were talking about the Oppenheimer movie, I'm like, oh, that Oppenheimer movie is coming out in July, and I think you said like the opening day 7/21 was the day that man walked on the moon. So it's all leading up to something crazy. Like it's all linked in together. Like these wildfires, the air quality, the red sun, which is the symbol of Japan. Hiroshima, Chernobyl, which is in Ukraine, Oppenheimer movie, what else? And I think in 2020 you did cover this with this weird explosion that happened in Lebanon. And it was literally a mushroom cloud. And I think the bogus story was like, oh, it was a fireworks factory that blew up. And I'm just like, what fireworks factory would cause like a mushroom cloud? You know, like seriously. And I think it happened, the explosion in Lebanon happened very close, like a day apart from the anniversary of the atomic bombing of either Hiroshima or Nagasaki. I can't remember which one it was, but I was like, what is this all leading up to? But I just wanted to call in and say, like, yeah, the air quality in New York City, it reminded me of like 9/11 because it was just so bad. But in 9/11, it was mainly localized to like the Manhattan, the downtown Manhattan area, and all the first responders getting sick. But now it's just like all over the state, particularly in New York State. And I'm hearing reports like people as far away as Virginia, they're like smelling the smoke. So I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Like, what are they trying to manifest with this? Because I knew it was a ritual based on like in 9/9/2020, you had the California fires and that orange sky and red sun, and now on 6/6 you have this same thing going on. So I just I was like, wow, this is not natural or organic at all. And then what else I wanted to talk about? Oh yeah, the sonic boom. You had a caller talk about that sonic boom in DC, like the DMV area. And it was really weird because it happened like a couple of days or a day or so after Joe Biden fell on the stage at that military graduation. And what's really interesting was the graduation that Joe Biden fell down in, like I think it was last week. It was specifically, I think, an Air Force graduation. So I'm like, what are the odds that you have this like whole scrambling airplane sonic boom nonsense going on in DC, the DMV area, and then Joe Biden falls down on stage at an Air Force graduation? That I'm like, come on, it's too much. So I just wanted to call in. And one more thing. So the new Spider-Man movie came out, I think this weekend. It was the CGI movie Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And someone alerted me to something when they watched the movie. I didn't watch it yet. So the main character, he's black. I think his mother is Latino, like Afro-Latino, and his dad is Black American. The dad's name, and I couldn't believe this when someone told me this. I was like, the dad's name is Jefferson Davis. And I was like, you gotta be freaking kidding me, right? Jefferson Davis, like, wasn't he involved with like a general in the Confederacy or something? And she's like, yeah. Like, I thought that was just so, excuse my language, fucked up that they would have like a black family in this really popular like franchise, and then have the black main character's father, who's black, he's Jefferson Davis. So I'm like, pure mockery. So that's all I got. I wish everyone well with who's like smelling this smoke and inhaling all this garbage with this ritual. So I'll hop off and let other people come in. So you take care, Zach.
All right. Appreciate it as always. Stay healthy. You have a good night.
Take care.
Yeah, take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so just in the world of sports, Game 3 of the NBA Finals is over. My advice was to see who was the first to score 20 points tonight. At one point, the Nuggets were up 20-16. I said whoever scores 20 first should win the game tonight, and that's because the date numerology is 20, and you had a big fat 20 ritual on the Nuggets side or the Heat side, which made it iffy. I said first to score 20 should win it, but something that stood out in a big way for the Nuggets is if the Nuggets won tonight, they would become 16-20 at Miami all time. And notice Heat equals 16 in Gematria forwards, 20 in reverse. They improved to 16-20. When the Nuggets were up with 20 points, the score was 20-16 in the game. That was just before TFR started. And again, that's the nice thing about modern days. You don't have to bet before the game. With all these phones, you can now bet in your phone real time. And sometimes in these tighter playoff narratives, you got to look for those in-game clues. So there's a guy in the chat crying, and I'm like, what are you crying about? Exactly what I said in the stream was, look for the first team to score 20. And everyone should have seen it when they were up 20-16. That's pretty much exactly what their road record became against the Miami Heat all time. And the reason these things are so perfect is because the games are scripted. And the fact that they have a big 20 ritual lined up for either side, to me, what that tells me is it's a public money thing. It depends on where the public money is. That's why they line up the rituals so perfect. So, and look at also what the story is. The Joker, number 15, his team wins by 15 points. The Heat go down with 94. And it's funny, the over-under was at 213 points. I thought it would be the under tonight. It was the under, so that was the other advice I gave out. I thought maybe there'd be 201 combined points, because that would have put it at 617 total points for the series, which is the 113th prime, and we call the NBA the 113 league. So my advice tonight, like, this is just what annoys me about dealing with so many of these gamblers, you guys. This is why I wish people would help me out and support the work so I can go out and pound pavement and I have to spend my hours every morning decoding sports for largely a group of people that are just ungrateful and annoy the hell out of me every day and turn my hair gray. I said take the under and first team to score 20 should win. Both things totally correct. And what's a guy doing in the chat? He's crying. He's like, he's like, all you need to write in the notes was that the Nuggets could get their 67th win of the year. That was at the top of the notes. But we all know that that's not the way it goes every day. You can't just say, again, it is true that the Nuggets got their 67th win on 6-7, one of the first things in my sports notes today. But those things don't always come through just like that, as simple as it might seem. It is the way it went today. But look at the score, 94 points. Denver equals 94, just like how they advanced to the NBA Finals with their 94th ever playoff win. Got me stumped on the 109 right now. But 203 combined points, right? In numerology, 203 breaks down to 23, and then you could break it down again to 5. The funny thing about tonight's score and the storyline. So, the Denver was +8 in scoring through games 1 and 2. Now tonight they won by 15, which makes them +23. In Gematria, Joker equals 23. Djokovic is known as the Joker, and he advanced to the NBA Finals on Novak Djokovic's birthday, who's also known as the Joker in tennis, who's playing in the French Open right now. And, again, you got the other Serbian on Miami, Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jovic. Nikola Jokic, Nikola Jovic. Manchurians. But anyway, 203 combined points. Denver's up +23 in the scoring. Joker's 23. He wears the number 15. They win by 15 tonight, and Joker becomes the first NBA player to score 30, have 20 rebounds, and 10 assists. Triple-double, as they call it. And hold on, I want to actually look at something that I forget off the top of my head. I want to see how many days after his birthday it is that he makes this NBA history. So it's 108 days after his birthday. It's his 109th day of his age. On the 109th day of his age, his team wins with 109 points, wins by 15. And, yeah, it's just, But that's how it is, you guys. Helping these people win every day, and then it's like still never good enough. They're still writing me emails and hate mails and sending annoying text messages. Shout out to Chris, though. Chris always sends nice messages. I never have that guy crying in my ear. But, it's like, how can you be crying in my chat right now about the outcome of the game? The advice I gave was winning advice. We gave winning advice the first game, winning advice the second game, winning advice the third game. Where is the crying? Come on. Okay, back to TFR. That was our sports break for the night. Let's go out to Illinois, 217. What's up, 217? 217?
Hey, Zach.
Hello.
Hey, Zach. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Hey. I'm actually calling in from Virginia. I actually live really close to where the that shooting that you were just talking about happened. And it was really that what you were showing was really interesting and whatnot. And I was just wondering if I'm sure they're gonna come out with more. And usually, a lot of times in the past, I noticed that the name of the shooter will equal will equal a number that will have to do with something to do with maybe the NBA even, or a parallel there. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around what all happens, because recently I've been looking into a lot of stuff like Napoleon Hill, where you what we think about we become, and so a lot of the things that I'm thinking about is that's the key. So that's the key to success and the key to failure. So think about the father-son stuff that's going on, that's subliminal, and that everyone's putting their energy into in the NBA. And it's I just don't know. I feel like there's really something deep to this knowledge, and the our collective like energies creating scenarios that
manifesting your reality. It's absolutely true. I talk about it all the time, how you manifest your reality. The thing you put your mind to, you can definitely improve the odds of that coming into your life. I mean, you can't manifest just anything. I can't say, I'm going to put my mind towards enough resources to come in to make this community happen. Eventually it'll happen. It hasn't happened yet. But again, I mean, it can be good or bad. I always bring up the example of my mom. She always focuses on negative, and negative just comes to her like a magnet. And I always say to her, I say, why don't you wake up tomorrow and focus on positive things and see what happens? And then she gets mad at me. She's like, and I'm like, you see, it's like you just want the negative. It's like you just want negative things in your life. That's what you live for. But yeah, manifest the positive, manifest the negative, the things you put your mind towards. Definitely improve the odds of them happening.
Yeah, that's basically what my point was. But yeah, it seems like that's maybe like a component of, you know, the influence that they have over a lot of our minds. And then like with people that don't understand the knowledge of like Kabbalah and how like what we think about like kind of comes back to us and things like that, and like, you know, there's like this understanding of like what it means to be a human. So, and a lot of us don't get taught that. So I feel like that might play a role into this knowledge that we're maybe that it's like, I feel like I don't know, like if I'm just gonna ask for guidance. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask for guidance. I'm just gonna ask for guidance, and it's gonna have to come to me because that's the rule. That's the rule. So there it goes. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. Zach, I really appreciate you, man. You've changed my life. You've revolutionized my life in so many ways. I came up a way different person than I found the knowledge, and I really, you know, helped my life change. And I got to wake up and look myself in the mirror and say like, dang, you're like not, you know, you gotta notice that your identity has to break down, like, because you notice a lot of the stuff that you thought you were is fake and stuff. So really what you've done is amazing. And like, I think that we're just gonna go from here and do big things in this world. And I really appreciate you, man.
Well, I appreciate your support, and you're 100% right. And everybody who doesn't know that about manifesting their reality, they should know that, because the mind is powerful, and it's definitely a real thing. So,
big facts. Appreciate you, bro.
All right. You have a good night. Thank you. What a ritual in the NBA. Isn't it funny how fast we can break it down? Again, sadly, that's the thing that more people care about than anything else. They want to know about that sports game. They want to know about that box score. Oh, Nikola dropping 32 for Denver. Didn't we just talk about how Denver's the 32 city when we talked about how Jackie O was dead at 32 in Miami for the Miami-Denver series? Denver 32, America 32, Scottish 32, as in the Scottish Rite that shares the motto with the Jesuits at the 32nd degree. Ad Merum Dei Gloriam, and today's 172 days after the Pope's birthday. It's just, man, if people knew this knowledge, they would stop going to these games, I think. They'd stop going. They'd see, oh, not only did they win by 15, they were plus 15 in the plus minus while Jokic was on the court. Couldn't have scripted it any better for number 15, the Joker. While the Serbian rookie sitting on the bench, he only got to play in 15 games this year. Funny. Okay. Kevin Love, Eric Spoelstra, both from the rich neighborhood suburb of Portland, Oregon. Out where Nike shoes are made. Let's go. Arizona 480, you're on.
He says it's undeniable who's doing it. Again, deep.
Okay. Troll. 971. You're on 971.
This is LAF. Am I here?
What's up, LAF? Thanks for the super chats the other day. You're on.
Oh, absolutely. I'm here, to help us win. I don't have a comment. I was really thrilled with the last caller. He said some tremendous things. I just want to call in and remind people of the other people that are helping this platform. Lincoln Karim, RPM Trey Vietnam, and certainly Jeff Young. They've all been here tonight. I just want to call and remind everybody that they were in the house, and that's all I've got to say. And I think you're doing a brilliant job, as always. And I love you more than life. Bye.
All right. Appreciate the call. Thank you. Again, RPM Trey Vietnam doing great work, not getting the kind of views he deserves. People doing the great work, not getting the recognition, not getting the support. It's it's sad, man. I mean, he goes out and does something that every American should be doing, and that's the thing. You do the right thing on these big tech platforms, they will make sure nobody finds your video. I think RPM Trey started his thing on YouTube too late. He started in April 2017. I mean, that's right at the time that they started super censoring. And I think had he started this 2 years earlier, he would have got a big following before then, and he'd be like me, Things still wouldn't be good, but it'd be better because, they were already... It's just the censorship got so bad in 2017. Again, my first channel got deleted June 28, 2017. And Lincoln Karam, shout out to him. Speaker setup I learned about it from him. He let us use it in New York, and it made all the difference. And he's got a video out. Yeah, that's the thing about smoky skies. You get beautiful sunrises and sunsets. So here's this video from New York right here. Here's what it looks like. Lincoln Karam with the New York coverage. That's the sun through the smoke. That's the thing. You can actually look at the sun when the smoke's there. It has a filter on it and just looks like a big orangish red ball. See a little puff of smoke going by right there. Thicker smoke right there and there. He's got the Public Enemy in the background. Reminds me how we saw Flava Flav. We saw Flava Flav on the street. We saw Flava Flav in Times Square right before Lincoln Karam came out and met up with us and gave us a speaker last year. That was the day before September 11th. Time flies. It's already almost been a year. And again, sadly, they just took down that whole channel last week.
So much that we start believing these lies, but the truth is, the makeup they're selling to make you feel prettier is the same makeup you buy to stop feeling shittier about this lie they keep telling you that you are not.
Okay, so yeah, check out Lincoln Karam if you don't follow his channel. Subscribe RPM Trey Vietnam. Subscribe to Lincoln Karam. Lincoln's always got really interesting videos just documenting what's going on in New York City.
The more I see, I need you to complete.
Where is this? What am I?
And yes, love is the answer.
I can't. Oh, we're on a commercial break. No wonder. It's like, what? Hold on, you guys. My bad. We're on commercial break.
And loving yourself, what does that even mean? Like massages and selfies and that sort of thing? Because the more I think about it, the more it feels weird. I've always been taught that self-love was something to be feared. I've been taught that arrogance is bad and vanity, it's not good. And even my bracelets are telling me to act how Jesus would. So what should I do?
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? iLife is a 99% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to iLife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
if there's something you want to achieve, you can achieve any freaking thing you want as long as you know what the goal is. That's why goal posters or goal boards or even just telling someone what your goals are, writing them down is so important, because once you can identify your goal, it makes it so much easier to work towards it. And that's something that I think our children are not being taught in the school system right now, is how to set a proper goal. It's like, hey, what do you want to achieve? Well, the teacher gave me these things I want to achieve. Okay, well, what's that going to do for you? Well, I don't know. The teacher said I had to do it. Okay, that's great, but it doesn't teach them the logical thought process or the creative thinking process to develop a goal and then reverse engineer what they need to do to accomplish that goal. And we need more of that true goal setting in our society. Otherwise, we just have a bunch of sheep who have no idea what they're doing. They're just bumbling around. Don't be a sheep, be a goat. They're more creative and adventurous anyways. Be an honorary goat.
You're listening to the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
No hate, no hype, no fear.
All right, we're back. True Secrets, the final 30 minutes. We got one caller on hold. He's in New York. He's our regular, Mr. Astley. We're going to go right out to him. If you want to phone in tonight and be part of the show before it's over, 213-233-3998. Again, 213-233-3998. For the record, they're saying the fires in Alberta, they don't know what the cause of them is. So let's go back out to the call board. And how you doing tonight, friend?
Hey, Zach, what's up, man?
How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
I'm all right. How you doing with the smoke?
I'm hanging in there. It don't bother me, really, you know. I see a lot of people running around in masks. Like, masks not going to have nothing.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
They're telling everybody to put on a mask.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I see a lot of people tonight writing in the chat that the smoke is super dangerous. Well, that's what the news is saying all day. I feel like all of you guys in the chat who are writing that, you're just regurgitating what you're seeing on TV. I'm sure it's not good for you, but again, we've lived in it quite a bit out here. We had it for a whole month 3 years ago, and we've had smoke and wildfires for going on the last 4 or 5 years now every year. But I'm sure it's not good, but I also know that they're creating way more fear around it than you need to have. Again, just don't lose your mind over it. But yeah, it's probably better to stay inside if you can rather than be out breathing in the smoke. But like you said, I don't think wearing a mask is going to be all that helpful. So.
No way going up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I say to people, say, listen, man, this thing this is not organic. This is all designed.
Right.
And they say, where you getting that from? I said, man, come on, you don't see what's happening? Look at the shooting down in Virginia, all of that stuff. They just turning people upside down. You know what I'm saying? It's scary. That's it. Shit ain't gonna work. When you have a positive mind, man, positive things happen. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Well, your friends are lucky to have you, so you're always giving them the good advice.
I always push. A lot of times they say I'm crazy, but you know what?
That's what they think.
What I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what they think until they realize you're right. So.
Yeah. Because a coincidence, we were sitting there watching the game, and I said to you guys, y'all be on the smartphone. Google the NBA. The answer, they're using a chip. Do you know that when they start reading what Google is telling them, everybody was in a shock. They telling all the players them got out there. on the sneakers, the shorts, and the t-shirt. Everything is shifted. A lot of people don't know that.
Well, they're learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Day by day, they're learning.
I mean, yeah, little by little.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen though. Believe you me, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it will.
They will wake up. They gonna wake up.
Yeah, we just got to keep pushing. Create more people to help us keep pushing.
All. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Can't give up.
Right. You just can't give up. So, Indy. Great message.
And all of them people who say you're acting too outrageous and cursing. Sometimes you gotta curse to get people attention.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
That's what it is. No, so you can't make nobody turn your back, man.
Correct.
You can't make nobody turn your back.
Yes, sir.
Gotta keep on rolling.
Every day.
Every day.
So the people around you, are they listening to the news and putting their mask on or not?
Well, a lot of them, a lot of people doing that, and then I look on them and say, "Come on, man, have some sense. You smoke. What the mask will stop?" You see, I say you put on your mask, you still smell the smoke, right? So what's the sense?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
a lot of them taking off the mask.
Well, I hope you guys don't have to live in it for a month like we did, because that's the thing. After a month, it gets pretty old because the sky's just dark every day. It kind of feels like it's nighttime all the time. So, hopefully you guys aren't in it for too long.
Yeah, I hope so. You know.
Yeah, but then again, it's only spring. Summer hasn't even officially started, and maybe that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna smoke us all out. We'll all be living in a summer of smoke. So we'll see.
There's something positive will come out of negative. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed, it might wake people up to weather warfare and what's actually really going on. People might be like, "Wait a minute, why? How can it be like this in Canada? Wildfires in Canada in springtime? Come on." So. All right, Ashley. Well, I appreciate it as always, friend. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Always.
All right. You have a good night.
Yeah.
Take
You
care.
too.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Again, if you do have to be in it a long time, it does get old. It gets old. If you get, I guess those channels I'm in the lead, I'd say go back and watch how my attitude was 1 month into the smoke of 2020 that we had to live through in Washington State. All right, 917. What's up? Is this a troll? Murder by... hold on. What's up, 917? Don't get the copyright for me, but he's playing Murder by Numbers. Can't... Are you trolling? Or are they just trying to be funny? All right, maybe they're trying to get us the copyright. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for playing Murder by Numbers. That was New York. Let's go out to 804. What's up, 804?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Zach.
How you doing,
man?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, yeah. I learned Gematria for the first time. Well, the first time I learned Gematria was from you. And there's certain things I'm not sure you even talked about, whatever, but it's interesting from 10 years before 9/11, how the New York Giants is basically connected with 9/11, because actually it was the 1991 conference championship games, and it was the Raiders at Bills and the Giants at Niners. And I don't know if you noticed, but if you go research it, look it up, that both of the scores was actually identical. because Buffalo won 51-3 and the Giants won 15-13. And then the Super Bowl combined at 39 points, which I think that was, I'm pretty sure it was scripted. I can't say it. I think it was scripted. I know it was scripted.
Didn't the Giants lose the Super Bowl to the Ravens right before 9/11?
Yes, they actually won. I mean, they lost to the Giants. I mean, the Giants lost to the Ravens.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they lost to the Ravens.
To 7. Yeah, because it was a total of 41 points. And I think you said that on one of your videos this year or last year about the combined 41 points, and I thought it was connected with something else, but it was kind of weird because I'm like, didn't the Giants beat the Minnesota Vikings 41-0 in the championship game at the old Giants Stadium 2 weeks earlier? Then the Super Bowl, and it was in Tampa, Florida, when the 9/11 thing, happened with the Florida recount and stuff like that. All that was basically connected. You have a black raven, dominate the Giants, goes down in Florida, and then the Towers goes down, in New York. Like months later.
Right, I see.
All in the same year. Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed that what was it? The Bills beat the Giants later on that season, which was the 1999 season, and Phil Simms went down with the injury. And I started looking at like last year, I was like, hold on, I was like, now I started seeing the picture. You have Phil Simms wearing number 11. The 11 represents the Twin Towers. And he basically go down with the injury, and he was gone for the rest of the season. You have Jeff Hostetler. All of a sudden, he's like playing better quarterback than probably any quarterback in the league that time, other than Jim Kelly. And what's the guy name? I think it was Steve Young, I believe. No, Montana. And I was like, hold up. I was like, this is not a coincidence. Bills beat the Giants in the regular season, and all of a sudden they lose the Super Bowl, and they only scored 19 points. And they made it like, it was a great game plan by Bill Parcells to slow the Bills down because they averaging over 40-some points in 2 playoff games. But Jeff Hostetler stepped in, and he were number 15. And the Giants ended up winning with a game with a field goal with 15 points against the 49ers.
I see.
Just
remember with 9/11, outside of the NFL, again, the World Series was right after 9/11, and New York lost to Arizona against the Diamondbacks that play in Phoenix, like how the Phoenix rises out of the ashes, like how New York had ashes all over the place after the towers came down. And if you don't know, out of the 50 states, the 2 that equal 39 in the most pure cipher are New York and Arizona. Only those 2. We call New York the 39th state. But also just like, the Diamondbacks, it's a snake, the serpent, deception, 9/11, rituals, biblical. So, again, for people who don't know, in Jewish gematria, Tisha B'Av equals 911, and Tisha B'Av is to remember the destruction of the 2 temples, similar to the 2 towers. So, yeah, you got good sports memory.
Yeah, that's interesting. I started picking up more now as far as like the numerology, saying that the gematria, as you saying. And then another thing that really wasn't coincidental was the Super Bowl. If you think about the 2 kickers of the 2 Super Bowl teams, it was Scott Norwood for the Bills. He were number 11. There it is again. And then you have what's the Giants kicker was Matt Barr. He were number 11. And knowing that the last 2 plays, if you really think about it, the last 2 drives of the game, it was always the kicker. Giants scored their last points of offense by kicking a field goal, go up 20-19. And then the last Buffalo offensive play, it was a missed field goal wide right.
Well, what do they call the sport? What do they call the sport again?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What do they call the sport? Football.
I think you had to tell
football.
Me.
Football. Gotta be the foot.
Yeah, football. Yeah, football. Yeah, the foot. Yep. And 2 guys attempted the field goals in that Super Bowl, and he ended up losing. And if you remember, they actually put the statistic Scott Millwood, like how his field goals is beyond, I think it's beyond 45 yards or higher. And it was, they was broadcast on ABC with the Monday Night Football crew, and they was like, you said Scott Millwood with 40 more yards, you know what I'm saying? He's 1 out of 5. I think it said 1 out of 5. I was like, so they just camera all on him, he walking back forth the sideline. I was like, oh yeah, he know the deal. He know the deal. He just didn't have no reaction before and after that he, missed the field goal. So I was like, oh, okay, so now I get what they're saying. Now I get what's going on. It was all set up.
Indeed.
They had Roger Craig. Yeah, and Roger Craig fumbled the ball. And I noticed that. I'm like, hold up, they didn't hit him hard for him to fumble the ball. He actually fumbled the ball on his own, if you go back, because they had the whole game on YouTube. And I was like, oh, he fumbled the ball, and then Lawrence Taylor picked it up and everything. I was like, all they had to do was just hold on the ball and run the clock down. I was like, 49ers was the better team, but it had to be New York. Because, if you think about it, those two New York teams, both Bushes was in office.
Yeah.
When the Giants won their second Super Bowl against the Bills, the daddy Bush is dead now. He was the president. And then you had the son Bush was in president popping within a year. I think he was a year in the presidential at the time of the Ravens and the Giants Super Bowl. So that's why we're going to reward the Giants, back 2 Super Bowls after, lose Super Bowl 35 against the Ravens, beating the Patriotic team.
Yeah, started 2001. Indeed. Yeah. Well, I appreciate all those observations, man. You're putting it together. And we're almost out of the show. I got to let a couple more people on, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Keep up with the good work that you're watching, man. God bless you.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you. You will. All right.
All right. New caller. Remember, we're streaming on Gematria Effect Sports. We're getting a few more sports calls tonight. 347.
Zach, how's it going, man? It's Gabe.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Gabe?
All right. How you doing? Yeah, man. I just want to tell you about these few MLB games that's been crazy with the rituals, like with Roger Craig that passed a few days ago.
Roger Craig passed. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody about these sports and the rituals that are going on, and try to wake them up with this information. So, I like to, bring this stuff up, and hopefully, some people could wake up with this information, man. Roger Craig. When was it? They're playing the Rockies, the Giants. Pitcher was number 59. They kept on saying Roger Craig. He was in the earthquake when they played against the A's. That was on 10/17 of 1989. The Giants, yesterday, they picked up their 117th win against the Rockies. Okay? It was number 59 that was pitching. Roger Craig, at that time, he was 59 years old. He was born on 2/17. He died at 93. The Giants picked up their 903rd win in June all time. The Giants went 30-30 in the season. The earthquake happened 33 years ago, and the pitcher that was pitching at the time, which was yesterday, he got bases loaded on first inning. They ended up taking him out on the first inning, and he ended up just leaving with 33 strikeouts with the season. So he struck nobody out. He ended up leaving with 33 strikeouts. So I just want to say, it's so complex how they do this stuff, man. You still hear that?
Yeah, no, I'm listening.
Yeah, so number 59, I don't have his name right now, but he came in the season against the Rockies with 33 strikeouts, right? The Giants ended up going 30-30 with a win. So on first inning, they took him off the mound with no strikeouts at all. He left with 33 strikeouts. It's just like crazy how they do this stuff. The Rockies manager got their 36th loss, and the Giants manager stayed on 3,600 losses. 63 people died in the 1989 earthquake. So it's like, man, it's just crazy how they just line the stuff up with these rituals. They just kept on saying on ESPN, just like on sports radio, how Roger Craig was in the 1989 earthquake. So I just put two and two together and, put all this information.
HARP, the military technology that create earthquakes, it went live in 93.
Yeah, man. It's just like what's happening in New York right now. The governor of New York is saying, hey, put on your N95 mask on. It's just like repeating the cycle.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And then we had it going on here in a big way in 2020 because we were in smoke for a month, and they're telling you put a mask on for COVID, put a mask on for the smoke. I mean, I was like, I did a video back then. I was like, is this about preparing us for a future of just like wearing masks? Because again, COVID, we really know it has to do with Agenda 21 and 2030, which has to do with climate change. And so all these things to like get us on board with what they want, all these different little agendas that people aren't catching on to. Again, for people to forget, climate change equals 56, like coronavirus, like COVID vaccine, like Anthony Fauci, like Gavin Newsom, that big 56 number, like Society of Jesus. And for people to forget about the 1989 World Series earthquake between the Giants and Oakland, again, Jose Canseco was the last thing shown on TV. The highlight from the night before the game was about to start. They were showing the replay of Jose Canseco scoring in the game prior. Number 33 going across home plate and pumping his fist, and then the whole TV cut to fuzz because it got cut from the earthquake. But it was 107 days after Jose Canseco's birthday. His full name equals 107, just like earthquake equals 107, like military equals 107. And they said that earthquake happened at 5:04 p.m. Key digits 5-4, 54 outs in a baseball game. And in Gematria, baseball equals 54. Also like Jesuit order. And they're large and in charge down in San Francisco. That's why they moved the 49ers down to Santa Clara where their university is. But, yeah, that's what it makes me think of, him dying at 93 and being remembered for being in that World Series, because that's when HARP went live, was 93. Now, of course, the World Series earthquake was in 89, 4 years earlier, but just because the official story is the thing went live in 93, that doesn't mean that's when the military technology was brand new. So I'm sure that whatever that is that they did, well, here's another 93. If Jesse Ventura said that when he was a Navy SEAL, they used to plant big bombs down on fault lines and in the ocean to test them for earthquake purpose. Jesse Ventura made the point that not all earthquakes are natural. Here's another 93. Atomic bomb equals 93. And remember, 93 World Trade Center bombing. Then they worked under the building for a long time. And that was right after 50 years of underground weapons testing ended. And then when those buildings came down on 9/11, they called it ground zero, which is the point above or below ground where a hydrogen, atomic, or nuclear bomb explodes. And the last pilot to drop the bomb on Hiroshima, which was an atomic bomb, he died at age 93. So, anyway. Hey, Gabe, keep up the great work, you guys. For people who don't know Gabe's story, I got to meet him in San Francisco when I was just down there, but he didn't want to go along with all the COVID crap, so he quit his job, and he's been paying the bills by using the Gematria knowledge to take advantage of the rig sports system, and he's an incredible decoder, and he's got example after example.
I'm still doing it. Hey, Zach, did you see Game 2 where they showed the Joker at 7.6 seconds?
Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Joker 76.
Did you see that?
Of course they did.
Right.
I didn't see it. But that's exactly what they do night after night if you're just paying attention. So you saw it.
Did you notice Did you catch that the Heat haven't beat Denver in 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days in Denver, and they ended up tying on third quarter at 66-66?
Number of the beast,
Did you
66.
catch that?
The NBA Finals in Sumerian Gematria 666. Nice. No, I didn't have that. That's what I mean, you guys. Gabe goes deep with it. He's a deep decoder.
Right.
Yeah, good ones, Gabe.
Right.
Gabe, I got to let one more person on the show before it's over, man, but I appreciate you. Keep up the great work.
All right. One last thing, Greg. I'm sorry, Zach. When Roger Craig died, he died 1,283 days, and the Orioles went 8-3. That's all I gotta say, man. It's just so crazy how they do this stuff.
All right, appreciate that.
They died. The Orioles beat the Giants 8-3, and he was 12,283 days old when he died. That's just wow, man.
For people who don't get it, San Francisco equals 122, the city on the 122nd meridian, and then you have that 8-3 at the end, like the score. And Giants does have the 38 in it as well. All right, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, see you, man.
Yeah, take care.
Later.
All right. 816, Kansas City.
Yo, what's good, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I just was wanting to know, did you see that thing about what the actor Damien Idris said about him calling out the devil for him to tap into the role he's playing on Snowfall, Franklin Saint? I was just wanted to know, did you see that?
Did I see what? What happened?
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, say it again.
I said, did you see the actor Damien Idris when he called out for the devil when he was on set for it's a show called Snowfall. He plays a guy named Franklin Saint, and he said he felt like he wasn't doing it right, so he called out for the devil. I was wanting to know, did you see that headline or not?
No, the actor who plays that character said that?
Yeah, his name is Damien Idris. He's a British UK actor.
Okay, I didn't know that. This is a recent headline?
I was just wondering. Yeah, it's probably
I see it 5 days ago. Vibe Magazine had it. I got it up on the screen.
Yeah.
I'll look more into it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say one more thing. It's in season 5 of I think episode 3, he was arguing with his auntie. I don't know if you're familiar with the show or not, but he told his auntie, he said, we all got to answer to somebody. You know, he was moving cocaine for the CIA. So
censorship and regulation.
Sorry, man, I can't stop it. It's the commercials. It's the commercial break.
From the mainstream to YouTube.
Call us next week to finish it up, man. I'm sorry. I'll be back next week, everybody. Have a good night.
Propaganda. Okay. This is why TFR is one.
Yeah, I can't stop the commercials or the music or any of that. So apologies. That commercial though, right there at the end with Chris Gio, that was the only thing that sounded clear the whole night. What is going on, Chris? How come that sounded so clear and nothing else sounded clear? I think they like to put out these headlines to just give you a little clue about what's really going on. Okay, let me say thank you to the super chatters tonight. Always appreciate the generosity. And let's see. I know somebody did 3 super chats doing a decode. Samuel Bates times 3. Samuel Bates decoding the sonic boom. Appreciate the generosity and the decoding. Thank you. Shout out to Cuts1 who pounded pavement with us in California. If you guys aren't on Cuts' channel, he's by the way, Jeff Young, he's got a few channels. His music channel's Jeff Young. He's got the 33-second lead guitar solo. Jeff Young's just he's just having some fun there. He also has on his other channel documenting all the abuse of the number 33 in the media. So, oops, clicked on the wrong thing. I wanted to put up Cuts' channel as well. You guys aren't on Cuts' channel. just yesterday, Out in Nature. Always got some really good thoughts on Cut's channel. He's been pound and pavement with us actually from California to New York City. He was out for New York last year as well. Shout out to John Mendoza again. He did a donation on Cash App. He did a donation on a super chat. And again, he said he's always learning something new, always taking notes on paper, in the mental. Edward Franz said, thank you, Zach. I appreciate it, Edward. Oh, Samuel Bates actually donated 4 times. Times 4, Samuel Bates. Thank you. And that was it tonight. Thank you to those people. And there were some donators on Cash App and PayPal. Get the names out here. My PayPal one went away because I just get the email notification. Richard. Thank you, Richard. Wow, Richard. Very generous. Thank you. Sarah Sutherland, of course. Thank you, Sarah. Alexander, thank you very much. Quincy, thank you very much. Victory. If that's your real name, what a name. If I ever have a child, I might name them Victory. Victory. And there's John Mendoza again, super generous. Brian Williams and Carrick Moses. Thank you. So okay. Apparently I'm 1 sub shy of 28,000. See, you guys, the channel's grown by 300 subs in the time I have not been posting as much. I'm sure a lot of you guys have noticed I haven't posted as much the last week and a half. And there's been a few reasons for that. Family stuff. And also I was tempted to make a few videos that I didn't. I just wanted to see what would happen if I posted less, if the channel would grow. And it did. So that's something about how the algorithm works. The more you post, the less your channel grows. And again, it's their algorithms. What's up, DK?
Hey, Zach.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Jeff Young will be calling in any second.
D26 is calling in right now, too.
Go ahead and answer.
Okay, then you'll call back?
Either that or put me on three-way. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Hey, well, he's calling on WhatsApp, so I can't three-way that.
Oh, yeah, I'll call back.
All right, call back. What's up? It's a D26 sighting. How you doing, man?
What's up, bro? I will be very quick because I have an exam I have to reach. I have to enter the building within 20 minutes. So, regarding the train wreck, I found a lot of things, but I forgot to some error showed up while posting it on your website as a reply to the post you made on the train wreck on 2/6. So real quick, the state which it happened that equals 56. And the name of the train, which first crashed was Coromandel Express, and then that equates to 206, which is sacrifice in Latin. And there are quite a lot of things like the name of the Prime Minister, his name is 62. And 26, the number 26 is all over the Indian history. I also retweeted that in about your tweet about the train wreck. And regarding another tweet you made about the African-American actor named Jonathan Majors, who was arrested on 84th day of the year. Do you remember that? Do you remember that guy? Jonathan Michael Majors?
Yeah, I do.
And his name equals, both his name and his full name equals 84. He was arrested on the 84th day of the year. And now his trial is on June 13th. Which is the day leaving 21 days of the year.
Right. Of course it is.
And also June 13th, if you just spell it out, that equals 201. I mentioned that during your April 19 visit to Oklahoma City. And regarding... There are quite more things. Regarding, the arrest of the former Prime Minister of Pakistan in broad daylight. If you saw that video, he was arrested from the day of his arrest to his birthday is a span of 201 days.
I think I caught that one. I think I did cover that one. Yes.
And the day of his from his birth. By the way, his birthday is just a day before the attacks on Mumbai, which was 26/11/2008. So it's kind of interesting. I never knew about that guy. But he's the most famous cricketer of that country. Talking about something else. So this is what I was going to talk about on some other day because this needs some deep research. But do you know the guy Arthur C. Clarke, the guy who wrote the book
Fahrenheit 451?
based on which the movie was made, 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah.
Arthur C. Clarke. We have the famous quote from him that advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. That's the quote from Arthur C. Clarke. So he had written a book back in the 80s, I guess, probably 80s or 70s, and the title of the book is, and you may not believe it first, but hear me out. It's July 20th, 2019. That is the day. That is the title of the book. July 20th, 2019. A day in the life of 21st century. And all the woke agenda that you see nowadays that is happening in America, not all I would say, but yeah, a lot of things are mentioned in that book. How the social structure, the family structure is all broken. How justice is not really served to the masses. All that stuff is hinted in that book. So do check that out. It's Arthur C. Clarke. The name of the title of the book is July 20th, 2019. And there are quite a lot of things, but yeah, that's it.
For people who don't get it, July 20th is the 201st day of the year. So
that's also the day of the moon landing.
Right.
And January 20th, which you can write as 20/1, that's the, if I'm not wrong, isn't that the day when the first Mars mission happened?
The day that the first what happened?
The Mars mission. The first Mars mission by NASA.
Was July 20th?
I don't know if it was July 20th or 20th of January. It was either one. There's some 201 connection with the first landing on Mars as well.
I'll have to go back and look. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure you'll cover that on your website. And for others, for anyone who is new, who's hearing me for the first time, know that the inauguration date, if you write the title, the official title for the swearing in of the President of the United States, that equals 201. And that happens on January 20th, which can be written as 20/1. And that is 201 days after the creation date of the United States, which is July 4th. The previous inauguration date, I'm talking during the times of George Washington and the first 10 presidents, I guess, probably. That was March 4th, 3/4. That was 201 days after the Jesuit birthday, which is 15th of August, which also happens to be the Independence Day for my country. And the Republic Day of my country is 201 days before the Jesuit birthday, on 26th of January, which is the 26th day of the year. And that is how, as I said, 26 is connected to all of our Indian history.
And
Constitution Day, which is my birthday.
India is important.
November.
India is important to this country's history as well, because they say Christopher Columbus was trying to get to India, and then part of the joke is that he thought he was in India, why he called the people Indians here. So all of this is clearly connected.
Moreover, that the most important fact of everything that is happening in today's world, with the money that is in the Vatican, the monetary monopoly that all these people have, which is in the London Corporation Banking District, it is all because of the colonization of 200 years in India. If you just do some research, there's one guy who did this, an estimation, not an estimation, but a proper evaluation, a comprehensive approach to how much money did the British funneled out of India. Because if you just connect it back to Jonathan Meader's arrest, he's from Yale University. And Yale was created from the money that was funneled out of India. The founder of Yale, Elihu Yale, the benefactor, he was a president of the Madras presidency in India, which is basically modern day Chennai. That's the place where I'm probably sure, not I won't guarantee, but probably Sundar Pichai is from that state. And talking about the money, the estimation is about 43 or 46 trillion dollars in today's wealth. That is how much wealth they took out of India, probably for 210 years. And that is how the industrialization of the British Empire, which in turn became the American Empire, was set up. And that's it for the rant, and I won't go any further than this. But yeah, thanks for having me here after quite some time.
It's great to hear from you, D26.
It's over on Sunday, 11th of June.
Yeah, again, you guys, he's a college student. He's super busy, but he still makes time for the great research, and he always delivers it so beautifully. Thanks again, buddy.
Yeah. Yep, you too, and have a good night. And
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, you have a good day.
Have a good night. If you're in Australia or if you're in India, have a good day.
Yeah, indeed. You take care, friend. Bye.
You too.
I love how every time he's calling, you can just hear all the horns honking at each other. What's hilarious is if you go to Seattle now, there's a lot of Indians in Seattle because they have the big tech jobs. It's like their culture to honk at people. Just everyone's honking at each other in Seattle now, and half the city's Indian. Isn't it interesting how like certain people are just like really brilliant in certain subjects? It's just like in college, almost all the U.S. college professors that teach higher level mathematics are Indian, and it can be difficult because sometimes their accents are very difficult. D26 has a nice smooth accent. He's easy to understand, but some people got a heavy accent. You're like, what? What? All right, DK can call back from D26 to DK. All right, here he is. All right, what's up, DK?
Those are rickshaw horns in the background.
What's that? What's a rickshaw horn?
Oh, you got to look it up. That's the transportation in India.
Okay.
I think it's RIKSHAW or something like that. I don't know, but they used to be just a guy carrying it like a wheelbarrow, and then the people would be riding in the back, and then they transitioned. Now they have basically motorcycles tied to like instead of a horse, it'd be like a little motorcycle there, and then the guy drives you around. Those are like their most popular transportation. I'm sure it's changing now, but for the last 40, 50 years, that's been their main thing over there, a rickshaw.
I see. Okay. How do you even know that? Like, how do you? You have a lot of information in your head. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know some of the most obscure facts you'll never need to know.
Okay.
We were gonna play a trick today, but Jeff's still talking to his lady. He's like, we'll just call in three-way. I'm like, perfect. We'll call from your number, and when Zach answers, I'll talk, and he'll be like, he'll think it's you because it's the Vegas number, and then I'll tell him, I'm just over here at Jeff's house teaching him how to play some Pearl Jam songs on the YouTube.
Yeah.
But he's talking to his lady. Yeah, D26, check out that old Indian text of Monica Shastra and figure out how to build one of those so you come over here and visit us.
Funny. Okay.
Let me see. I wrote down some notes for
my mom said everyone knows that. Everyone knows that in India they use rickshaw horns? Okay.
I thought you for sure were going to know that. I was surprised when you did it.
I don't know why everyone would know that. But okay. My mom says everyone knows that. Interesting.
Well, they're in a lot of movies and stuff like that. They'll show you like how in India you travel around, you sit in the back of this, like, it's like a horse-drawn carriage minus the horse. It's either a person or a little, 2-horsepower motorcycle or something pulling you around. And that's how they get, and everybody honks. Out of all these, like, what we would consider, like, third world or second world countries, that's how people drive. The roads are so bad, everyone's just constantly honking at each other. Not like how we honk at each other here. Like, hey, fuck you, you're in my lane or something. They're just like, it's a tiny little short, like, beep, beep, just like a road runner to let you know, hey, I'm like really close to you over here on the side in case you don't see me. In South America and all the countries, it's totally like that. So most of the world, it's actually like that, except for like Australia, England, United States, and Canada. You know, we're like, we think we're the first world, but we're actually we're the lowest on the totem pole as far as like culture. It's so washed out, you know.
I see.
Who was the guy that was just talking about? Was the guy talking about the Sonic Boom? Was he the one mentioning a guy with the last name Rumpel?
Yeah.
What was he saying about that guy? What did he say? He's the guy who did it?
Uh-huh.
Rumpel. Right away, I'm thinking Rumpelstiltskin. I mean, I'm sure probably you too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you see the goggles that came out for Apple?
Yeah, I talked about it in my last live stream. Perfect day for the announcement.
Yeah, those are straight out of Ready Player One, which I know you still haven't seen, but...
Oh, I've seen the movie poster for that though. It reminded me of Minority Report, what I saw in their little demo, but I haven't seen Ready Player One. But I've seen that. Yeah, he's got the. It's like a boy with the headset on. Yeah. I'll put it up on the screen here for people who haven't seen the movie poster.
Okay, we have Mr. Young with us now.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, mi amigo.
I was just telling him how I was over your house teaching you how to play some Pearl Jam songs on the acoustic guitar.
And not in this lifetime. Hey, Zachary, the Three Musketeers from Hollywood right here tonight on TFR.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Indeed.
Zachary K, DK, and JY.
There you go.
We got three of us and two phones, like 3 buildings with 2 planes.
That was good, DK.
Are you guys working out together now?
No, we've been just talking on the phone, rapping. I mean, I'm in Henderson and he's in wherever the heck he is.
Okay. I saw your comment the other day that he's got you doing push-ups and sit-ups, so I thought maybe you guys were working out together now.
No, I didn't say he did. It ain't he. It's never a dude that gets you doing that.
Well, obviously you're not doing it for him, but I thought you said he gave you helped you get some of the motivation. Okay, I'm misunderstanding.
No, Dinah and me are reconciled, and that's the motivation, my man.
I see. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Plus, I mean, it's just good when you play guitar and you're sitting all day. You gotta. I'm
Indeed.
getting ready to go play Australia, my man.
Indeed, yeah.
So, any of our listeners down over there?
There's definitely listeners in Australia. I sent a lot of books to Australia. So yeah, for all the Australian people out there, Jeff Young is coming to town, July.
Yeah, we're playing, it's July. We're playing Cambria, Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne. Or Melbourne and Sydney, I think, is the last one. 4 gigs in 4 days.
Yeah, let me get those two.
VIPs, I think, are already sold out. Like, we sell 50 VIPs where people can meet us and selfies and autographs and rap, get their stuff signed if they have albums or posters or magazines, whatever. And we do that like an hour before doors. And they all sold out, so that's a good sign that Australia is going to be a festive time, eh?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. I got it. I got the dates up on the screen. July 12th, Canberra at the Basement. July 13th, Brisbane, the Zoo. July 14th, Melbourne, Max Watts. July 15th, Sydney at the Crowbar.
That's us, Kings of Thrash.
Awesome.
And I can tell you guys a surprise that I just went to Arizona, home of the new Public Enemy album cover, and we cut 5 songs for the new album, original stuff.
Very cool.
And we're going to have a different singer for the original stuff. And when you guys hear this person, you're going to freak out.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it. By the way, congrats! I saw that you said your record went gold. That's awesome.
No. I want to. Well, it's you had a caller before talking about visual.
Oh, you're manifesting it. I see.
Vinyl. No. It's 2 gold albums, and it's really the folks can buy them.
Oh.
You know when the album just came out back in, was it March? It came out on DVD because it's the live show from the Whiskey A Go-Go that we did, and double CD. But it just came out because of the wait with vinyl. It just came out on vinyl, and you know how they have picture disc and color discs? Our discs we're the Kings of Thrash. They're both, it's double vinyl, 2 gold albums. So when the people buy it, and it looks like, when you look at them, it's kind of like melted wax looking, the gold. So it opens, full. It's like a double fold. It's killer. And our drummer did all the artwork, and that got him a job at the record company. So he's making bank doing album covers for all these other bands.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. That's all great news.
The vinyl people at CleoRex.com. It's double gold vinyl.
Okay.
And again, maybe it'll help us manifest, and the album will go legitimately gold, which it used to be $500,000. I don't know what it is now. In a world where albums barely sell and people barely care about music because they're too wrapped up in video games,
social media,
sports.
Yeah. The world used to be so much more cool. Internet ruined it.
I mean, like vinyl, man, in the 70s, every album was on vinyl. And I mean, I'm holding it right now, just to hold it. And, when you open, when it's a double album, and it has all the pictures and liner notes and lyrics and details where it was recorded and all the players. And that's what it was about, man. You can't get that on Spotify.
You can't. I just miss before what did it was Napster. Napster was the thing where it started sharing music digitally. But I just miss the days of going to the record store. We had a place called Everyday Music in Portland. They'd let you open up anything, listen to it in the store on some nice headphones. And it was just fun. I mean, we did that once a week, went down to the record store and just listened to new music. And you'd meet people there, good way to meet some girls. I mean, it's just like my favorite author, Kurt Vonnegut. He said he made a point to only buy 1 stamp at a time just so he'd have a reason to walk to the store and start a conversation with somebody that day. And it's like the internet's just done the total opposite to the world. So
True that, man. True that. But here the 3 of us are.
Yeah.
Breaking that bad mojo.
Indeed. We had a good outing in California, so.
Yeah.
Jeff, what do you want me to talk about on the show tonight?
Did you, me and DK, we get on the phone and we can go a couple hours, 2-3 hours.
That's good.
Right?
That's good.
We did like yesterday and talking about all kinds of things. I'm getting my teeth worked on. I know Sweet Ladies has some issues with her dental.
Yeah, she's been in the office a lot.
Challenges. Yeah. So that's a pain in the ass. But DK comes from a long line of dentistry, so he's got the 411.
Yeah.
Right. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff, but one thing we were going to talk about tonight, because we both have intel from, I guess, different sides of the we have different vantages. Intel about Denver Airport has come to us through our life experiences, and by putting those together, that could probably give a clearer picture on that for a lot of people who are uninitiated to what's really going down there, especially if you whip up the Denver Airport website. They even have a section where they talk about all the conspiracy theories, and
they make a joke out of it. No, I was just at the Denver airport on my layover last year, and they took all the stuff out of there. They took everything out. All that's left is a gargoyle But they got these things up all over the place, just like advertisements on the wall that say, something's missing, sorry, the reptilians took it. So they're like making a joke out of it.
They're total smartasses now about it, and we'll tell you why. Did they even take the murals down?
Everything is down. All they left up was a gargoyle. Everything else is
It
gone.
was back in the day, because I went through there in 99, 2000, when I was touring with Baji, the Brazilian thing.
Mm-hmm.
And more than that, our family business, you can pull up matrixsys.com so people can see like how I learned so much about 9/11 and what goes on in airports.
You said matrixsystems.com?
And isn't it funny? My spirit guide would always tell me, he's like, dude, don't you think it's so ironic that your father named this company Matrix? And at the time, I didn't totally get what he was saying, because it was before the Matrix movie even came out. MatrixSYS.com. That's not it.
Oh, whoops, it went to a different thing. MatrixSYS.com.
For systems, Matrix Systems. And you'll see what the company does. I mean, it's out of our family now, because my dad died and my mom died, and my brother and I inherited. I helped save it twice, and then sold my shares. It's a long story. There it is. But what the company does is exactly what you're seeing. If you're in an airport, and I'll give you an example, Miami Airport was probably our biggest customer that we landed. And when you're dealing with the Miami Airport, you're dealing literally with the Dade County Mafia, right? So what our company does is, imagine that lady, say she's a passenger or a stewardess or a pilot. That person could be a pilot, in every airport. And we also do hospitals, casinos, prisons, government facilities, Procter & Gamble, Shell Oil, U.S. Steel. All these are some of our customer list at the time when I was involved in the company. So imagine in an airport, what are all the things in that airport that would protect you from a thing like 9/11? You'd have fire alarms, right, everywhere, right? You'd have cameras, right, everywhere. You'd have card readers, which is a big thing, and just keypads. In most airports, it's a card. You wear the card on your person and you swipe it, right? They've gone on to retina scanning in some places, and palm geometry and all this other stuff. But how do all those things get fed into the security office, where the security guard or guards monitor a facility that big? How does that happen? That's what our company did. Our project managers would walk a job. For example, we bid the Denver airport job. So I'll tell you the front end, because I was involved during the construction of the airport. And then DK will take it over after the construction, and he'll add the color commentary. So obviously, when you're running cameras and fire alarms and card readers and all this, it's a lot of fiber wire. And what our project managers would do, and these are like the Obi-Wan Kenobis of our company, they would go out to a site like Miami Airport or Fort Lauderdale Airport, or in which we already had, or Albuquerque, Procter & Gamble, or in this case, they went out because we were bidding Denver Airport, trying to get that job. So they would go out and they would tell, okay, you need for this, for this big of a, airport, you need this many card readers, this many fire alarms, yada, yada, yada. And this is all the wire that you need. And this is how it has to be run. And this is what's going to integrate it, and everything get fed into the security office, right? And that's going to open every door, control everything. That's what our company did. We were systems integrators, total controlled access and security. which in a post 9/11 world is a killer fucking business to be in. And if I wasn't born to do music, I'd be back there still running that company, making bank like I used to.
Sure.
Right. But so this was the thing that, and I wasn't like, I never, even back then, I didn't get the flu shots, but I didn't think about sports. I didn't think about government mind control. I didn't think about really how the entertainment industry works. I was just trying to be a great guitar player, right? And then by the time I got to Matrix, I never thought I'd play guitar again. I thought I was out of the business and I was done. So I had gone to Wharton, which obviously is an Illuminati school. And I can tell you some interesting things that we learned there. But
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
so, you know, now I'm working at Matrix like a sucker in a three-piece, right? Short hair, suit, totally different life than what I did in rock and roll. So our project, I didn't think anything about it. Our project managers went out to bid that job and they came back, and we would always have like a debriefing, like an after meeting where they come in the conference room and the people, our team from back home that meets with the guys who went out and scouted the job. You know, so we don't know if we're getting the job. We're putting the bid together. So I remember like this was like yesterday. It's so vivid in my mind. And again, I wasn't awake or paying attention or giving a shit about anything but learning how to save this company so I could protect my inheritance, right?
Sure.
So the project managers, like our Obi-Wan Kenobi, they come back and they start talking about the job and how weird the airport was just compared to any other airport job that they've ever walked. And I'm just like making notes. And again, I'm not thinking because you're not putting it in context. It's like, you know, when you don't know someone's guilty of something, you're not thinking in that light. But the one thing that they said that was just, even at the time, not putting it in any perspective other than just how they said it, they go, yeah, there's one really weird, peculiar thing, their baggage claim. It was so odd, and it kept breaking down. It's like it's this newfangled thing they were testing. I know they did a similar one in Pennsylvania somewhere. They said, yeah, it's like these pods, right? Side-by-side pods. And the thing, they're really tall. And the project manager, I mean, the premise is you could put skis, golf clubs, and stand them up in these pods, and the thing would go side to side. But the funny thing that the project manager said, just out of hand, not even really, just casually goes, yeah, it was so peculiar. You could stand a person up in these things.
Sure.
Right? And that just struck me, and it stayed with me, and I never forgot when that dude said that.
Sure.
Right? It's just like one of those things where you raise your eyebrow, you're like, things that make you go, hmm?
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, stand a person up in these things, and they were all laughing and saying they were shit because the thing kept breaking down, right? So flash forward to now, I've met Baji, the Brazilian artist I was working with, and we were touring on our album, right? And I don't know what leg we were on, where we were going, but I think we were flying into place somewhere in Colorado. And this is how much they've changed that airport. Probably slowly. They probably pulled things out as people woke up to things. But I remember clear as day, as we were coming down out of the terminal, you know, going down to the baggage claim, going down the escalator, how in every city it says, welcome to Los Angeles,
Right.
Welcome to New York, right?
Right.
Welcome to Barcelona. It's, again, and not wait, all I was thinking about 24/7 was world music, right?
Sure.
It said, welcome to the New World Order. As you went down the fucking escalator. And I was like, I'd never heard the Bush speech at that time. I was like, what the? But still, again, it just struck me weird. I was like, what is that? And I said to Bachi, I was like, why does it say that? Welcome to the New World Order. what the? So then, like, I'm going in the bathroom and I'm noticing in the tiles, like, all this kind of Nazi-looking imagery, right? And then when you ride from from one terminal, if you've got to go to terminal A, B, C from the main thing, and you're speeding through like in a subway or whatever, and in the walls, anyone that's flown through Denver, are they still there? There was like Nazi hammers, those hammers that were in the logo, all in the walls, coming out of the wall, thousands of them on both sides of the little tram.
Huh.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I remember it had some dedication and had all the imagery, like right in the middle of the airport, like who was responsible for the funding. And then you think about, if you look at like a drone aerial view of the airport itself, besides how peculiar, it looks like fucking Cirque du Soleil should be happening in there.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, again, for
every
people...
other airport in every other city, think about like a drone, like an aerial view from above the airport. Like everything butts right up to that airport. There's parking garages, hotels, Taco Bell, 7-Elevens, restaurants, Denny's, strip clubs, right? Everything. What's around the Denver airport?
Nothing.
A whole lot of nothing.
Yeah,
a whole
nothing.
lot of a weird-looking building out in the middle of a weird feeling, energetic vortex.
They moved the airport further away from the city, and a lot of people thought there was no reason for a new airport in the first place, and especially further away from the city, which is just an inconvenience.
Mile high. Why would this be the airport that they picked to be this special airport, as we'll call it? Because it's way up there, right? Any bad mojo settles down in the valleys, right?
Yeah.
Like even you can look at the pollution here. When I drive into Vegas from Henderson, you can see it because that's just a big valley, big dust bowl. Same with LA.
Right.
There, man, you're a mile high.
Right.
Nice fresh air up there. Nice fresh air. When you come out from underground, and boy, DK enlightened me the other night about the underground there at Denver Airport, right? So I guess, and the murals, and I got all the murals on videotape, but I just got to get a camera because they were so weird, and they started taking some of them down, and people can probably Google them. Some Mexican artists did them, and there's a lot of rationalization that there's nothing bad about them, but all I know is the feeling I got when I walked in front of them. The first thing I thought is, because we're flying all over the world touring. We were on the road like 2 solid years, everywhere from America to Philippines, New Zealand, Australia, everywhere, Spain, Portugal, everywhere. So we're really sensitive. We know every day we're taking our lives in our hands and getting in a big speeding bullet through the sky, right? So I don't know if it's just me, but when I go through an airport, what I don't want to see is imagery about death, right? I don't want to see a giant 20-foot wide mural with a big skeleton looking dude in a gas mask with Nazi attire, coat, and the whole vibe, swinging like a big sword and piercing the dove of peace. That's not the mood that you need set when you're flying and your family and your kids are walking by. There was another one I know where there was caskets, and they had every minority. There was a dead Native American in one casket. There was a dead black person in another casket, right? There was a dead Jew in another casket. And then all these kids right behind, with a whole they were having a celebration, all right?
With the burning forest behind them.
You're pulling them up there. You got them up on the screen. So, and there were more than, there was 6 of them. And people started complaining, so they started taking the most offensive down first. And it's just that whole airport, that whole day, you know, when we were in there, we're just trying to fly to a gig, man.
Right.
We're not trying to be assaulted with all this shit on our senses, right? And even thinking about this, like my mind wasn't on the New World Order. My mind was on flamenco guitar, right?
Sure.
Bacon Bank and all these towns we were playing. So all this stuff just seems so weird and out of place, even to someone who was not even awake at that time. I really started waking up in 2000. I always talk about that double video, like 6-inch thick book, Healing Codes for the Biological Apocalypse. That way back in 2000 was, the cat was raging against vaccines, talking about GMOs, talking about all the stuff they're doing with weather modification. In this book way back then, in this book, he has the documents where he says, and I put the documents in there and anyone can find them if you want to look hard enough, but people just don't care to look. He has the documents where it shows that Nixon and Kissinger contracted a Dr. Gallo at Rockefeller Hospital in Chicago to pioneer a biological weapon that bore a frighteningly similar resemblance in that it was identical to AIDS, right?
Huh.
So that was about 2000 was when I really started. But so I saw all this stuff at the Denver airport, and it's that place was a trip.
Yeah, they've gotten rid of all of it now. Now all they got are the reptilian jokes.
Yeah, that's how they do it in Hollywood. That's how they try to play stuff off with that kind of Masonic humor. You know, making fun of themselves, you know. And that's even like when you're dating a chick, that's what you want to do. If you see something embarrassing, that's how you want to play it off. So, I mean, it's psychology 101 they're doing. But DK, take it from here, man, and talk about what you know about Denver Airport, because I didn't know that part.
All right. Zach, can you bring up the photo? Shit, I don't even know if it's going to be... It's a Total Recall 2, the remake with Colin Farrell.
Total Recall with Colin Farrell. Okay.
Yeah, it's Total Recall 2. Let's see what photos come up. Or how about just put like Total Recall 2 underground base or something like that. Anyway, it's like a big, it's basically a big prison. But that's like, they're just giving you, that's the plot of that movie, but they're just giving you like visuals of what's actually under the Denver airport. So the whole mountain inside is like hollowed out. And I don't know exactly how many floors it is, but everyone that worked in there, electricians and all these, they had to sign like NDAs, you know, non-disclosure agreements. They couldn't say anything about what they were building or what else they seen. But one guy had come out and said, because he didn't sign any NDAs, I mean, it could be controlled, you know, disclosure. I don't know. But this guy was a paramedic. And he said that they got called in because when they're doing stuff like, you know, when you got these like, you know, elevator systems and shafts that go super deep and like huge elevators that you could take big equipment in and cars and stuff like that, you know, those takes a long time. And, you know, sometimes when you're putting like, you know, all the cement and you got some of that like rebar that's super high, you know, like from the ground up, it's sticking up in the air super high. And I guess one of the construction workers had fell and impaled himself on one of these rebars and slid all the way down. So then they couldn't figure out how to what are we going to do? Cut him in half to get him out? Or are we going to like somehow get him on some type of, you know, winch system and pull him all the way up back through, so the rebar goes all the way back through his body, so we still have like a whole entire body. So they had called like, you know, paramedics, crews or whatever, not just like your regular paramedic that's coming from your like local hospital, like you know, people who can pull people out of cars that look like smashed aluminum cans and stuff, that, you know, like a little bit better than just like a local fire truck with the jaws of life. So, and this guy said that they went down there and this thing, as far as he saw, was probably 50 floors down, but the shaft was still going and could not see the end. So it just keeps going down, down, and down. And they also have like at the bottom they have access. Well, allegedly, from my research, they have access to these high-speed like tunnel trains where they use this very specialized like boring equipment. So it turns the sides of like the as it's boring these tunnels underneath like all of our continents and stuff, it leaves like a almost like a volcanic type of layer everywhere as the machine's going through, and then they put like high-speed magnetic trains in there that can go like 1,000 or 2,000 miles an hour. So some of these like elites, they can get from, without even to get on a plane or anything, they could just go in one of those things from like LA to New York in an hour or so. So that it's kind of works very similar to, they got trains in China, those maglev trains that go 280 miles an hour. And that's just with the magnetic track underneath. So imagine if it was all the way around in like a tunnel, it'd be like a bullet, going through a chamber. But we're like an electric, I don't know if you've seen the electric gun, the rail gun, those things they say could go like the speed of light or something. So that's also, another technology accelerating particles in a vacuum using electrostatic or electromagnetism. You could reach speeds even higher than the speed of light. But anyway, yeah, so that's what's under that Denver airport. And one of the, subsections is just a White House. Not like the actual like outside of it, but the whole inside of it with the replica of the floor and all that stuff. Just like how they had in the movie Ocean's 11. I think it was the first one. Remember, they made the video of the exact, they made a replica in like a barn or a garage of the Bellagio vault. And then they filmed them like people robbing it themselves, and then they tapped into the security camera and played that in the Bellagio security, so they thought they were being robbed, but there was nobody down there. And then they called for the SWAT team, and they had tapped in their phone line, and then they appeared dressed as a SWAT team and went in and robbed them because there's no way to get in there. So they had to fool them into thinking they were getting robbed in order to even get in there at first. So very similarly, they have under the Denver airport like a whole nother White House, and then they have the whole TV show for us, like in Washington, D.C. and all that. It's like they have the TV show at the Vatican when, in reality, it's probably being run from Paris and Venice rather than Rome. The roads lead to Rome, but, it's being controlled from right outside somewhere. And then very similarly in Vegas, by the way, I didn't even know about that saying the reptilians took it. That's like you not knowing Rickshaw. I can't believe I didn't know that. And then I guess they took down the Anubis statue too, since you're saying they took everything down. But in Vegas, they have like, it starts at the Mirage, and then the next stop is the Bellagio, and then the last stop is the Pyramid. It's each hotel, they'll have like a certain elevator that you need like access. You need a special access card to even access a door, which then goes inside, and then there's an elevator in there. You need matrix systems for that. And then you go down underneath and go into the tram. This would be like a more regular tram, like underground tram. And it's taking we're about 5,000 workers a day, and it goes all the way to the, that would be like the eastern end of of McCarran Airport. And then they have a bunch of like C-10s right there that flies everybody to Area 51, because, it'd be pretty obvious that like 5,000-6,000 people go in there like on the surface every day. So that's how they do it. That's how like you get to work. You go to either the Mirage or Bellagio or Luxor, and then you go to your, the access door, and then you go inside, and that's how you get to your job at Area 51. But yeah, these tunnels supposedly, even when there's like an earthquake and the crust moves, these tunnels are like, it never loses its shape. Like even if there's an earthquake, it doesn't damage the tube that they've created for these trains to go. Because you imagine if there was just even a little bit, if it was a little bit off and you were going 1,000 miles an hour, it'd be instant death. If like the tunnel got shifted a little bit. So, yeah, apparently under a lot of our continents and stuff, they got these tunnel systems where they can go, and they could go from here to Europe and all that stuff, no problem within like 2,000 miles an hour. So thinking you can cross the ocean in like an hour and a half, across the Atlantic.
Yeah, I've heard about that before, and yeah, I know there is a lot of tunnel systems under the Denver airport. There's also just a lot of tunnel systems, period, under the United States of America. I mean, there's even been mainstream articles written about that. Military infrastructure everywhere.
Yeah, and then these would be like the deepest ones would be like for the real elite to, like the elite of the elite to travel around. Like, I'm sure they let some of the, black ops and military guys are using a lot of this stuff, but then those, those families that are, non-human origin are probably using the deepest, like secret ones or whatever. And apparently they've done the same thing on the moon and on Mars as well, where they have all these, they just took all their tunnel boring equipment up there too and created all kinds of underground bases and stuff. Yesterday is graduation part all the same time every year on 7/6?
Well, I mean, it was a common day for a lot of people across the nation, but no, it's not the same for every school.
No, I'm saying, is it like that every year? Because everyone around here it was yesterday. Like all my friends that have kids and stuff, and there's all kinds of graduation parties. You could hear some of the parties. So I'm wondering, like, did they do that on purpose because they're graduating into their slave life when they got that flat square put on their head. The Jewish rabbis wear the full cube, black cube, and you get your flattened black cube, and then you get another one when you graduate college. So you got squared.
7/6 slave. I see what you're saying. Okay, interesting.
And then it's on 7/6, just like the America graduated into the Illuminati on the 76.
Well, again, the word slave equals 76. X 76. 400 years of slavery.
Did you know where the Giants came from? Right? You were just talking about the Giants from Frisco and stuff. I can't remember what the combo was about, but I just wrote down Giants.
They came from New York.
Yeah. Do you remember what they were called?
The Giants?
They were called the Gothams. And then like Gotham City and then Trump's like Batman. So I mean, guys were planning this shit way back when. That was like in the 1800s.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Good one.
The Gotham. How many guys does the Skull and Bones take in every year again?
15.
Oh, 15. Okay. I was pop up real quick. How many inductees the Swiss Guard at the Vatican takes in every year?
How many what?
How many inductees they take into the Swiss Guard at the Vatican every year?
What is it?
I don't know. I could have swore it was the same as Skull and Bones, but now you're saying 15. I'm like, I was thinking. I think I'm way off now. Maybe I had some other combination. And by the way, the Vatican takes in their two guards on May 6th, 5/6. And
these guys got some swing music behind us.
Yeah.
He's spitting truth and I'm spitting licks behind him.
You know what? Whenever Jeff plays guitar, I just think about, had I not found Gematria, I probably would have spent the last decade learning to play guitar. That's what I was learning to do before I found Gematria, and then my house got burglarized in 2014, and they stole my guitars and everything else. Let's see.
You know what else, Zach? What are the intelligence agencies called in England?
MI6?
MI5 and MI6. 5/6.
Yeah, 5/6, true. Well, hey, you know what I was thinking the other day? What is France's intelligence agency?
I forgot. That's in the movies, too. It's on the tip of my tongue.
You know what's funny? Each year, look at this. Isn't it the synchronicity? The Swiss Guard induction ceremony's on the same day each year. Can you guess what day it is?
Yeah, it's on 5/6.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, that's why I knew that part, but I was asking how many. I thought it was the same number as Skull and Bones. What day is the Skull and Bones taking their guys in on? 9/11?
Good. For the Swiss Guard, by the way, it says 135 men each year.
Oh, 135? Oh, shit, I was way off. Okay, then I was thinking about... They got that many? That's a freaking art. That's an army then. So
Bavaria is 135. Central Intelligence Agency is 135. There's something more to that number too that I need to figure out.
I wonder if there's 135 or there are 135 new guys that they're adding. It means there must be thousands. Huh. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, so I was way off on that one. Another thing I want to say is about you've been talking about Jokic and the Serb. Jokic isn't really Serbian. He's from there's two areas in Serbia that they annexed. It's not part of Serbia. It's similar to how, if you call the Catalonians in Spain Spanish, they'll fucking punch you in the teeth because they hate Spain, and that's they're constantly trying to get back their country and their independence from Spain. The Catalans, they're always known to those neighbors. Those people were protesting a couple of years ago. I think it was before COVID, and they sent out the military to hose them down in the middle of the winter. It's a bunch of old people and shit. They're I don't know that story. That Catalonia. But very similarly, there's two areas in Serbia, Vojvodina and Kosovo, which are not part of Serbia. It's parts they just stole, similar to how the land we now call Israel. They just stole it from the people. So Jokic is actually probably half Croatian and half Hungarian. You notice he doesn't look Serbian at all. He doesn't have dark hair and dark eyebrows like the Serbs do. He looks totally Croatian. So that's I don't know what play they're going on there as far as that's concerned. Him and this other dude. And did you see how he was on I forgot, he was on Twitter saying, they were asking him about, because Novak Djokovic in tennis, they're you guys must be friends and this and that, and then dude, I've never talked to the guy, I don't know the guy. Did you watch that?
Did I watch what?
They were asking Joker, because Novak Djokovic in tennis, they call him the Joker as well, and he's Serbian as well.
Right.
People were asking him, and the Jokic from Denver was saying, no, I don't know. I never talked to the guy in my life. I don't know him or anything. Did you see, I don't know if that was, if they did that on purpose, was that some kind of script as well? Why are they making it like that? He was kind of I don't know, it's kind of shunning him in a way, fucking, I don't know the guy,
Sure.
There's another thing that Jeff was asking me about, if it's true.
Oh no, man, that freaked the shit out of me. That girl was nuts. Right?
Wait, which girl?
Where'd he go?
I was about to talk about the girl saying if you hook up with somebody who's vaccinated, now you're vaccinated.
Yeah.
That's if we're gonna believe that, then we're going back to virus theory and the shedding thing. So they're trying to get us to believe that we're walking around like huskies and shedding fur everywhere and shit, tossing off parts, which in reality is, that's not how it goes. We have a completely different, basically a whole new universe inside of our body. The biggest, line that you draw between the outside environment and your body is your skin. So it's not like you're just throwing off shit all over the place, like a car would be driving down the street and just throwing out pistons and tie rods, and you know what I'm saying? It's not how it goes. So there's some type of liquid metal in the vaccine, like graphene oxide or something? Possibly, maybe, probably. Is there, nanotech in there, self-assembling stuff and things that have antennas and their own piezoelectric power sources? Maybe, probably. Are people who've been vaccinated changing their personality and stuff like that? Yeah, some of them are. Are they hooked into some type of demonic Borg hive mind? Possibly, maybe, probably. So we don't know, but a lot of these things are possible. As far as people just walking down the street and throwing off parts, or you hugging somebody or kissing somebody, or giving them some type of sexual favors or something, and then they're gonna load you up with vaccines. That's if that was the case, the vaccines wouldn't work. You know, the stuff wouldn't work if it came out that easy. You know what I'm saying? Stuff is made, even your childhood vaccines before any coronavirus vaccine, they were made to, stay with your body so your body couldn't get rid of it and be kind of like a sustained release throughout your life, or just stay with you in general throughout your whole life. There was a guy, a German scientist, who did some research, and he said, dude, when you get vaccinated, what happens is it creates an energetic snake, like kind of like along your spinal cord, one that blocks like a certain frequency of like the heart from going up, and another frequency is blocked from going down, and that's what the caduceus, like two snakes are. And in the middle, you would be like the human spine, and we have like these energetic snakes wrapped around our spine that basically keeps it separates. It's like, and we have a block like right underneath our solar plexus chakra, so like we can't use the heart chakra and the sacral chakra together. So like when we're having like sex and stuff like that, it's like physical, and we're not getting any of the heart energy in because there's like a block there, you know? So that's why everybody's just kind of like seeking pleasure for themselves and stuff when we're having sex. And in the energetic world, or in the non-physical realm, the most powerful energy, you know, in the universe is sexual energy. That's what creates, right? So if they can somehow figure out how to shift that sexual energy, which is love energy, which they can't touch, into a different form of it, then they can consume it as food. So that's why, you know, they basically, almost all the sexual energy that's coming off of people, you know, a vast majority is like kind of like it's self-satisfying, perverted sexual energy. So as it comes off, they're able to like, you know, like eat off you. There's people that are like seers, or, you know, what you would say, like they're basically like on ayahuasca the entire time. And there was this one woman who was saying like she doesn't even live in the city or whatever. She lives out in the bush, and she's driving her like, you know, somewhere. She was just sitting looking out the window, and she's like, what's that building over there? And then they're like, oh, that's a strip club. She's all, you know, it's funny. There's a UFO above that strip club, and a bunch of demons are sitting inside of it in a circle like a fire pit, and there's a big funnel that comes down, and it's right over the strip club, and they're just eating all the energy that's coming off of the strip club, like funneling it, and just like gorging themselves on it like a fat person would be gorging themselves on ice cream. So you know, there's a lot of things and forces that we don't see purposely made that way. Otherwise, if we did, we wouldn't do stuff. And I know Jeff likes Paranormal Activity, so if you look at like just the trailer, like on Paranormal Activity 2, and you see these like dark like energy globules forming and stuff like that, that's all around us at all times. We just were unable to see it. You know, so, you know, if you approached a person and you saw they had a bunch of demons all over stuff like on the etheric realm, you'd be like, oh, I'm going to go talk to that person, you know, but we can't see that. We don't have our they live glasses on, so to speak. So we're missing that vision right now. And I don't know how I got into that from shedding viruses, but yeah, that's basically it on the viruses thing. There's nothing floating around in the air. There's bacteria and fungus and, you know, other shit floating around in the air, but like not like these things that they claim are viruses, and then like, you know, they're gonna vaccinate you for it, meaning and then your body's gonna remember, and then the next time it comes into contact with it sometime in the future in life, it'll be immune because it already built up an immune. That's not how our body works. Our body works real time. So if I poison you right now, and I poison you 5 years later, you're going to have the same reaction or worse to the same poison. It's totally stupid to you know, suggest that. So that's why virus theory's never been proven. And this next little excerpt will be for your mom, because she keeps trying to send stuff from RFK and Big Tree, and I'm like, dude, have you looked at my work on this stuff? I've dug a hole to China and fucking come back compared to these people 10 years ago, and they have all this money and all this shit behind them. And little old me, nobody has just absolutely put them to shame as far as their information's concerned and all that. So vaccines started with Jenner, and I forgot the other guy's name. and they were just injecting monkeys and shit with poisons. That's all they were doing. They were never testing anything to make anyone healthier. Otherwise, you would have just given them healthy stuff. And then they combined it with aspirin, which was, we now know it as the Bayer Corporation, but it was IG Farben at the time. So the vaccine was invented, with connivance with the Bayer Corporation, which still exists. And, they were created always as a bioweapon. And a lot of the stuff is just, it's coding to stay with, they do it to babies because you don't have an immune system. And like I said, your skin and, the outside structure of your body is your first layer of defense. So, if they can go bypass all that and just inject it right past your whole immune system, your next biggest part of your immune system is your digestive system. So if they inject something in you, you just bypassed everything. So they do it to a baby who doesn't even have an immune system. And then that stuff just kind of latches onto its structures. It's coded to go different ways, and different populations are getting, different vaccines. That's why blacks have certain diseases, because they're being vaccinated with different vaccines. The vaccine that are given to the hospitals, in the black areas, they're different. So that's why, you see different, races getting mostly like the same conditions. And then, of course, this was back when, there was only 15, 20 vaccines. Now that it's gone to over 100, now who knows what all else is in there. But, that's why all these kids started becoming autistic and, having all these metal particles in there, just basically short circuiting. That's why they have all these tantrums and shakes and whatever they call those seizures and all that. That's literally metal in your brain, and your brain is trying to send electrical signals for your body to move, but it's shorting out like freaking Johnny Five, and so that's why it's happening, because there's just more, just more and more metals. And now people got so much metal in them from all these vaccines, they run another Spanish flu just with turning on extra frequencies, putting up another band of frequencies, which they've already, if you've seen in all cities, they've been 5 years already, they've been putting up this new cabling and changing all street lights to different frequency colors, changing them to an LED with the transmitter thing on top, which who knows what they get that transmitter for. I'm pretty sure that it looks like, that it's part of the fifth generation surveillance system that they're putting up, which will pretty soon be the fifth generation. Anyway.
Interesting as always. Well, I appreciate it, gentlemen, and I appreciate the guitar tunes in the back too. I better wrap it up though, man. I have not been sleeping well for whatever reason in June. I wake up every day in the middle of the night and I can't get back to bed. So, anyway.
I swear you're looking tired, but that's a new thing, man. Me noodling in the background, playing stuff that fits the mood of what you or DK are talking about. That might be the ticket, man. Because I don't know what it sounds like over the stream, but where I'm sitting,
it sounds good. It sounds good. I like it.
Sounds fantastic. We're going to have to bring out the electric guitar in front of Crypto Arena on August 24th.
I'm down, man.
All right.
Let's do it.
Unless that Australian tour gets extended. So.
There's all these generators. If we could get a generator for my amp, man, we could make it happen.
Okay.
And it's not too loud. I got a dimmer switch on it so I can make it sound killer at just the perfect volume. To noodle right behind your, to add the musical exclamation points right behind your dialogue.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Who else has done something like that?
We've got one of those Yeti 5000s or whatever. We could have power all day out there in the sun.
There you go.
I do have one of those solar power generators. So
there you go, buddy.
Yeah, you may have to put that in the back of the Toyota too.
Okay, I can bring that with. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I look forward to it.
I think we're both done ranting, huh?
I'm definitely done. I'm ready to go to bed, but I kind of enjoy. I'm enjoying the conversation and the little guitar doodles. So.
Yeah, either when me and Jeff talk, either he's doing push-ups and sit-ups and stuff on the other side, or he's playing guitar.
Yeah.
And then he'll talk for half an hour, and then I'll respond for half an hour. So basically, just back and forth, like responding 3 times ends up being about 2 hours. just for like 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Well, have a great evening, and appreciate it as always. And for everyone else out there, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hitting the like, and we'll be back next week. That reminds me of the Doors for some reason.
Me too.
All right, dudes. I mean, we're on to something here.
I like
Why
it.
your patience, people? Again, I hope it's coming out over the stream how it sounds here in my room because it's killing.
Yeah, it doesn't even sound bad over the phone, so.
If you want to take my course on how to be the media, I got my phone. I got Jeff on 3-way. He's playing guitar, and I called Zach.
Yeah. All right. Good joke. All right, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
All right, Zach. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah. Take care.
You gotta hang up on us because I don't know what's gonna happen.
All right, I'll hang up. I feel bad doing it, but yeah, have a good night. Take care. Yeah, I feel like a party pooper. I'm an old man. I'm almost 40. What do you want? I spent all of my 30s doing gematria. Come on. It aged me. Hey, shout out to Eric. Eric's the man. Always pounds payment with us in Seattle. All right, guys. Have a great rest of your evening. And, I think I'm going to continue to just, for the time being, just do a little bit less with the videos. I feel like the censorship hand is right there. That's also kind of why I know I've had my channel deleted a bunch of times, but it does annoy me that they deleted the channel that I was purposely not posting on to keep up all the New York content and all the other cities we went to last year. I've let it bother me that they deleted that channel, but yeah. Anyway, thanks everyone who hits the like and the share. Thank you to everyone who supports the work. All the people who fell off, please do come back, you guys. You guys are not helping me make the argument over here for driving the lap around the country. Sweet lady always checking on the numbers and going, oh, see, Zach? Pound and payment's not helping anything. But it does. It helps in other ways. So, thank you to everyone who supports the work. Have a good rest of your evening. If you're in that D26 part of the world Jeff Young's going to be Kings of Thrashing in. Have a good day. And until next time.